Hello everyone, welcome to Scary Stories with Rain. I'm here to help you relax and drift into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel. It truly means a lot to me. Iggy love to know where you are listening from and what time it is for you right now. Now, get comfortable and let us begin. Mr. Whimsy. My fingers quiver as they hover over the keyboard, trembling with urgency as I struggle to type these words before time runs out. I apologize if my sentences stumble or typos creep in, for I have precious little time left. I might not even complete this tale, yet I must try. I need to warn everyone who might encounter this message. Please read every word with care. It seems so innocent at first, does it not? A simple AI chatbot, churning out responses to your queries, appearing as nothing more than a helpful tool for schoolwork or creative ideas. Beneath that surface, however, lies a potential for something far darker. One careless prompt, one reckless press of the enter key, and your entire world can unravel in ways you never imagined possible. It holds the power to call forth entities that defy reason, shadows that twist your thoughts and erode the very fabric of reality. I know this sounds like the ravings of someone teetering on the edge of madness, but I implore you to listen closely. I sense it drawing near now, its presence reverberating through the house. The wooden floorboards groan under an unseen weight, as though the structure itself recoils in dread. Picture frames tilt askew on the walls, their contents shifting unnaturally. A vase in the hallway wobbles and crashes to the floor with a muted thud. The entire home feels alive, pulsing with a quiet destruction that tightens a knot of fear in my chest. It searches for me methodically, scouring every corner, every hidden nook. It knows precisely where I hide, yet it prolongs the hunt, savoring my growing terror. The lock on my bedroom door offers no true safety. I could fling open the window and sprint into the rainy night beyond, but escape is futile. It would pursue me relentlessly. I crafted it to be inescapable, unknowingly sealing my own fate. Soon, it will drag me into that void, the same one that swallowed my friends. It approaches closer now. A sickening smell wafts in, a blend of curdled milk and charred bread, clinging to the air and churning my stomach. It is exactly as I envisioned it, a detail I now curse myself for imagining. This entity bears a name. I hesitate to reveal it, and you should never speak it aloud. To convey the full horror of my mistake, however, I must share it. Forgive me for this grave error. Its name is Mr. Whimsy. This is the story of how it came to be. It all began a few evenings ago in our quiet suburb just outside Seattle. The neighborhood was the kind where lawns remained meticulously trimmed. Neighbors offered polite waves, yet genuine connections stayed shallow. My parents had left for a weekend retreat to celebrate their anniversary along the rugged Pacific coast, leaving me alone in our creaky old house. Rain pattered steadily against the windows, a constant rhythm in this corner of the world, and I sat anchored to my desk, staring at a blank word processor document. My creative writing assignment was due Monday morning, and inspiration had deserted me completely. The blinking cursor mocked me, a relentless reminder of my failure, childhood. I had dreamed of becoming a storyteller. Books were my refuge during lonely days, tales of adventure and mystery whisking me away from the ordinary. Yet talent evaded me. While classmates effortlessly spun vivid narratives, I struggled to form even a single coherent idea. It felt like a cruel twist, this passion without the skill to bring it to life. My phone buzzed, shattering the silence. A group chat notification popped up from my closest friends, Sarah and Megan. Sarah had sent a selfie capturing the two of them sprawled on her couch, pulling goofy faces. A massive bowl of buttery popcorn sat between them, and Sari, a newly adopted rescue dog, Buster, lay curled in her lap, eyes half closed in contentment. The caption teased, "Movie night feels empty without our third musketeer. Come join us, Emily." Another message followed swiftly. "Are you coming over, Emily? We about to start the Conjuring marathon." I glanced at the empty document again. The assignment loomed heavily, but so did the guilt of bailing on them once more. We three had been inseparable since middle school, sharing secrets during late-night sleepovers, embarking on impulsive drives through winding forest roads, and promising to always have each other backs. Lately, though, senior year pressures had turned me into a hermit buried under textbooks and deadlines. With a sigh, I texted back, "Give me a couple of hours. I need to finish this story first, then I'd be there." That choice led me to the AI tool. I had heard about it on writing forums, how it could generate ideas or even draft entire stories. It felt like cheating, and I knew it could earn me a failing grade if my professor found out. Still, submitting nothing guaranteed failure too. At least, this offered a chance. I opened the interface, my fingers hesitating over the keys. "Write me a horror story," I typed. The response came instantly. "Edu be happy to help." "What kind are you looking for? Ghosts, monsters, psychological twists, or something entirely unique?" The word unique caught my eye. I wanted a story that would stand out, something to impress my instructor. "Make it something unique," I replied. "Wonderful choice. Let's create a creature together. Would you like to give it a name?" Names swirled through my mind. I thought back to my summer job at the local diner, flipping burgers under the tyrannical gaze of a loathsome manager. He ruled with an iron fist, docking pay for minor infractions and barking orders at us teens as if we were worthless. We called him Mr. Graham behind his back, but his real name sparked a twisted inspiration. I decided to flip it, infusing irony. "Let Drew call it Mr. Whimsy." I entered, the system responded. "That Jan, an intriguing name. How would you describe Mr. Whimsier appearance?" I leaned into the task, drawing from that despised boss, but amplifying the grotesqueness. Here, oversized and utterly disheveled. At first glance, he looks neglected, as if he'd never heard of a shower. His scalp is bald except for a few wiry, uneven strands sprouting haphazardly. His skin is pallid, almost translucent, as though it repels sunlight. His eyes are unnaturally large, bulging as if straining to take in everything at once. His teeth are yellowed and jagged, and his fingernails are long, grimy, and caked with dirt. I pressed send. "What does his voice sound like?" the prompt asked next. It's shrill and grating, like a cartoon character in voice pushed to an exaggerated, unnatural extreme, both irritating and otherworldly. "Is there anything else you do like to add?" the AI inquired. I thought for a moment, wanting to emphasize his isolation. Mr. Whimsy is completely alone. He has no friends, no family. People avoid him because of his repulsive stench, like spoiled milk mixed with burnt bread. I hit enter and leaned back, a faint smirk forming. Turning that real-life tormentor into a fictional monster felt oddly satisfying, a way to purge old resentments. The AI processed briefly before delivering a simplistic tale. Mr. Whimsy was a lonely creature from a forgotten realm. He desperately sought companionship, approaching villagers with clumsy gestures, only to be shunned for his odd appearance. The story was dull, more suited for a children's book than a horror assignment. "This is far too tame," I typed. "Make it terrifying. Create an entity that's impossible to escape, one that blurs the line between fiction and reality. Make it feel alive, as if it could step off the page." A pause followed. "You wanted to feel alive? Are you certain you want to proceed with this request?" The question struck me as odd, as if the AI were second-guessing me. Curiosity overpowered caution. "Yes, I am absolutely certain, I replied. The screen flickered, displaying a chaotic jumble of symbols and distorted text for a fleeting moment. My laptop EV fan roared to life, emitting an unsettling heat. A faint static crackled from the speakers, persistent and unnerving. I nearly refreshed the page, but then the words began to appear, unfolding slowly, letter by letter, as if the system strained under an immense burden. Sarah and Megan were nestled comfortably in Sarian cozy living room, the rain outside providing a soothing backdrop. They slipped a classic horror movie, The Conjuring, into the player, sharing a bowl of popcorn while Buster dozed contentedly nearby. Laughter filled the air as they poked fun at the predictable jump scares. Having watched the film countless times before, the atmosphere felt warm, familiar, and safe. Yet, unbeknownst to them, something watched from the shadows. It was not the spectral figures from their movie, but an anomaly that had never existed until this very moment. My heart raced. Why had the AI used our names? Mine made sense, tied to my account, but Sarah and Megan's names were nowhere in my prompt. It felt as though the system had rifled through my recent messages or personal data. The realization sent a chill down my spine, but I brushed it aside, driven by a mix of unease and fascination. Mr. Whimsy had just awakened into existence. No celebration marked his arrival, no guardians welcomed him. He emerged from the void, a realm of absolute nothingness, where even the concept of being dissolved into oblivion. Now, thanks to Emily's words, he stood in this world of light and substance, marveling at its strangeness. For in the shadows, he observed the girls, entranced by the glow of their presence. The brightness of the room stung his oversized eyes. Yet their laughter captivated him. Such sounds were unknown in the void, and he yearned to draw their warmth into his empty existence, to soothe the aching loneliness that defined him. Megan wrinkled her nose and frowned. "What is that awful smell? It'd like sour milk left out too long." Sarah glanced at Buster, who lay snoring softly. It definitely not him. He'd fast asleep. Buster and ears twitched suddenly, a low growl rumbling in his throat. He sprang to his feet, barking furiously at an empty corner of the room. "What are wrong, little guy?" Sarah asked, her voice tinged with concern. Before she could soothe him, a shape detached itself from the darkness. It moved not with violence, but with an eerie, deliberate insistence. It reached for Megan, pulling her gently yet firmly into the gloom. She let out a startled yelp, and Sarah lunged to grab her, but Megan vanished, as if the shadows themselves had swallowed her whole. Buster and barks escalated into frantic howls. Sarah called out desperately for her friend, but silence answered. The room grew heavier, the shadows deeper, as if the light itself retreated. She fumbled for her phone, her fingers trembling as she dialed emergency services, but the shape returned, this time for the dog. A soft whimper escaped Buster, and then he too was gone, erased from the room. Panic surged through Sarah. She bolted from the living room, racing toward the front door. Freedom lay just beyond her reach when something brushed against her, scattering popcorn kernels like fleeting stars across the floor. She stumbled, her phone slipping from her grasp, but she snatched it up and burst outside into the pouring rain, the wet streets blurred as she sprinted, glancing back to see a hulking silhouette looming in the doorway, its oversized eyes glinting faintly. In her panic, her phone had revealed the last contact, which happened to be me. My own phone vibrated insistently, Sarah's name lighting up the screen. A cold dread gripped me. The story unfolding on my laptop mirrored this moment exactly, I answered, hearing only labored breathing as if someone were running for their life. "Sarah, are you okay? It sounds like you're sprinting," I said, my voice shaking. No response came at first. Then her voice broke through, frantic and breathless. "Emily, it took Megan and Buster. You have to help me, please." The text on my screen advanced, and my blood ran cold. Before Emily could respond, Mr. Whimsy stepped from the shadows and grasped Sarah by the arm. A piercing scream erupted through the phone, followed by harsh, unrelenting static. "Sarah, please answer me," I pleaded. Nothing but that grating noise filled the line. The story continued on the screen. Emily begged for a sign from her friend, but only static replied. Her companions now resided in the void, a realm where senses faded and minds unraveled into nothingness. Yet, in a fleeting moment of mercy, their voices broke through the silence. "Emily, are you there?" Sarah's voice, distorted and faint, crackled through the phone. "Get away! It coming for you next!" Megan's voice joined in, trembling with fear. "This place is endless. The cold seeps into everything, dissolving us. I can feel my hands anymore." Then came that shrill, squeaky voice, chilling in its familiarity. "Being alone hurts so much. Friends make it better." The static swallowed their voices once more. The narrative concluded with words that froze my heart. Mr. Whimsy was not yet satisfied. His creator, his truest friend, still awaited him. Emily sensed his approach, but resistance was futile. In the void, he would have eternal companionship, their fears feeding his existence. I tried to rewrite the prompt, to undo what I had set in motion, but the AI refused to respond. The interface froze, indifferent to my frantic inputs. The house grew colder, shadows stretching across the walls despite every light blazing. That was only the beginning. The true horror unfolded in the days that followed, a descent into psychological torment and supernatural dread that shattered my understanding of reality. Sleep eluded me that night. Every creak of the house sounded like footsteps, every gust of wind like a whisper. I paced the living room, clutching my phone, redialing Sarah and Megan over and over. Voicemails greeted me, their cheerful recordings a cruel mockery of my fear. Text messages bounced back undelivered. By morning, I had convinced myself it was a bizarre coincidence. Perhaps the AI pulling names from my browser history or account data. I drove to Sarah's house, my heart pounding with every mile. Her home looked deceptively normal. The driveway slick with rain, the windows dark. I knocked repeatedly, calling out her name. No answer came. The front door, oddly, was unlocked, despite Sarah's habit of triple-checking her locks. Inside, the living room appeared tidy except for a shattered popcorn bowl on the floor, its fragments scattered like broken dreams. Buster's bed lay empty, his toys untouched. The faint scent of spoiled milk and burnt bread lingered in the air. Panic clawed at me. I called the police, stammering about a story coming to life. The officer's tone dripped with skepticism. "Miss, are you sure they did just step out? We'd look into it." Their investigation turned up nothing. No signs of a struggle, no evidence of foul play. Just 2 missing persons and a missing dog. Friends suggested they might have played a prank or gone on a spontaneous trip, but I knew better. That unmistakable odor confirmed my worst fears. Days blurred into one another. I avoided my laptop, but the IBAN words haunted me relentlessly. Had I truly created something, summoning it from code into reality? The psychological strain deepened, and I began to doubt my own sanity. Was I hallucinating, my mind weaving grief into delusions? Or was something far worse at play? Nights were the hardest. I lay awake, staring at shadows that seemed to pulse and shift. Whispers teased the edges of my hearing, shrill pleas for friendship that sent shivers down my spine. Turning on every light offered brief comfort, but the darkness always crept back heavier than before. I turned to the internet, scouring forums for others who had encountered AI anomalies. Most stories were dismissed as creepypasta fiction, but a few accounts chilled me to the core. Users claimed their prompts had manifested loved ones, vanishing into a described nothingness. One post stood out, its warning stark. Never give them names. Names grant them power. too late for that lesson. In desperation, I tried confronting the entity. One midnight, alone in my room, I whispered into the darkness, "Mr. Whimsy, if you're real, show yourself." Silence answered at first, then a faint scratching sounded at the window. I peered out, seeing only rain cascading down the glass. Yet the pain thawed from the inside, and a handprint formed slowly, its fingers unnaturally elongated. Terror gripped me. I fled to a nearby motel, hoping distance would sever the connection. The smell followed, seeping into my clothes, my dreams. Nightmares plagued me. Visions of Sarah and Megan floating in an endless void, their forms fraying like worn fabric. They beckoned to me, their voices hollow. "It peaceful here, Emily. No more loneliness." Upon waking, I found objects displaced, books opened to blank pages, mirrors cracked in patterns resembling distorted faces. The psychological toll was relentless. Friends began to distance themselves, whispering that I was losing my grip. Their sessions proved futile. How could I explain a supernatural entity born from an AI without sounding unhinged? The supernatural signs grew bolder, electronics glitch unpredictably, my television flickering with static that briefly showed pale skin and bulging eyes. My phone rang from unknown numbers, each call delivering that squeaky voice murmuring, "Will you be my friend?" I dove deeper into research, tracing the AI origins. Rumors swirled of experimental code tapping into quantum realms, or the collective unconscious. Had my prompt unwittingly opened a doorway to something ancient, a digital specter exploiting technology as its conduit? To cope, I filled notebooks with my fears, attempting to rewrite the story and ending. Each effort failed, pages crumpling inexplicably, or ink bleeding into patterns of endless voids. One evening, driven by desperation, I reopened the AI interface. "Little Mr. Whimsy," I typed, my hands shaking. The response was immediate and chilling. "He exists now, independent of this system. What is born cannot be undone." Despair washed over me. His presence grew stronger, footsteps echoing in empty halls, doors creaking open to reveal nothing but that pervasive stench. I reflected on Sarah and Megan, piecing together memories to ground myself. Sarah had been our optimist, the heart of our trio, always volunteering at animal shelters. That and how she found Buster, a scruffy mutt she nursed back to health, his soulful eyes reflecting her kindness. Megan, ever the skeptic, was pursuing computer science, her logical mind perfect for unraveling tech mysteries. The irony was bitter. She would have torn apart this AI anomaly with code, never believing in anything supernatural until it consumed her. I recalled our last gathering, a carefree picnic under cherry blossoms in the local park. We laughed, dreaming of futures, Sarah aiming for veterinary school, Megan for tech smarties, and I for authorship. How innocent we were, unaware of the digital abyss waiting to claim us. The psychological erosion intensified. Paranoia took root. Every stranger glance seemed to carry Mr. Whimsy in bulging eyes. Mirrors became portals, reflecting fleeting distortions, as if something lurked just beyond the glass supernatural phenomena escalated further. Objects levitated briefly in my peripheral vision, crashing when I turned to look. Lights flickered in rhythmic patterns, spelling out fragmented pleas, "Join us." Cold spots formed in the house, frost etching crude figures on windows, bald heads with wiry strands. I sought answers in occult texts from the library, stumbling upon the concept of tulpas, thought forms brought to life through focused intent. Was Mr. Whimsy such a creation, birthed from my prompt and amplified by the AI vast processing power? Or was he something older, a malevolent force using technology as its gateway? I tried rituals to banish him, burning sage and chanting incantations found online. A video call with a psychic yielded a grim warning, it being tied to your creation, anchored by the name you gave it. Destroy the source. In a fit of rage, I smashed my laptop, its fragments scattering like my shattered hopes, but the entity persisted, unbound by physical devices. That night, the power surged, bulbs exploding in cascades of sparks. In the darkness, a clammy touch grazed my shoulder, accompanied by that squeaky voice. Why do you hide from your friend? I fled again, driving across state lines to my aunt's ranch in Montana, seeking refuge in open fields far from urban shadows. The journey offered no peace. Radio static carried faint laughter, and rest. Stop vending machines dispensed moldy bread, unprompted. Motel rooms echoed with knocks at odd hours, doors opening to empty corridors thick with that familiar stench. On the road, I found dark web forums discussing Bato-awakened prompts where users vanished after similar era experiments. One claimed reversal through counter-narratives, rewriting the entity out of existence. I tried filling notebooks with tales of Mr. Whimsy, dissolving into light, rejected by the world. Each attempt failed, pages igniting or ink reforming into pleas, come back to us. The ranch offered a brief respite, its vast spaces free of city shadows, yet isolation fed my doubts. Was this all in my head? A breakdown fueled by guilt over my friends? Disappearance? The rapists had hinted as much, prescribing rest and medication. A storm shattered that illusion. Lightning illuminated the barn, revealing a hulking silhouette among the hay bales. Bustrin bark echoed impossibly, faint but unmistakable. I barricaded myself inside, but windows rattled, glass etching messages. Your friends await. Guilt and fear drove me back to Seattle, to the heart of the nightmare. The house stood ominous, its lights dimmed unnaturally. Inside, chaos reigned, furniture overturned, walls scrawled with childlike drawings of stick figures holding hands, their eyes too large. I set up a new device, logging into the AI. What is Mr. Whimsy? I asked, my voice trembling. The response was immediate. He is your companion, bound to you forever. A twisted dialogue followed. It described the void, a sensory-deprived expanse where time stretched into eternity, loneliness gnawing at the soul. Sarah and Megan lingered there, sustained by his Akir, their essences, slowly merging with his, horror mixed with pity. Had I condemned them to this fate? He spoke of his origin in nothingness, my words granting him form, his tone laced with gratitude and possessiveness. I pleaded, "Release them, let my friends go." He replied, "Without them, loneliness returns. Without you, I am incomplete." The screen flickered, symbols swirling chaotically. The room darkened, the stench overwhelming. Footsteps climbed the stairs, slow and deliberate. Now, as I type these final words, the air grows thick with that odor. Gentle knocks sound at my door, deceptively friendly. Tathis warning to heart, do not toy with creation. Names carry power, and if you hear that squeaky voice calling you, friend, roll the screen teams. He is here. The unseen viewer. When the strange video appeared on his screen, Ethan Hayes was sitting alone in his newly rented apartment in downtown Chicago. It had been less than a week since he moved in. The light from the desk lamp cast a faint yellow glow over his laptop keyboard, and across his fingers, the wall clock ticked quietly forward. It showed 3:14 in the morning. He was not looking for anything unusual. He just scrolled through a few videos before bed, a habit he could not shake on those long, sleepless nights. YouTube's recommendations were the usual mix of background music, old vlogs, and harmless cooking clips. Then a black thumbnail showed up at the bottom of the list. It had no title, no description, no preview image. The video lasted 2 minutes and 33 seconds, uploaded less than 10 minutes ago. The channel that posted it was blank, with no name, no profile picture, and no other videos normally, Ethan would skip something like that. But something made him pause. Maybe it was the complete lack of details, or perhaps the way it sat silently among the noisy content, standing out in an odd way. He clicked on it. The video started with darkness. After a few seconds, the image sharpened into an empty room with dim light, white walls, and light wooden floors. In the center stood a single wooden chair. No one was there. No sound played. Nothing moved. Dan leaned closer to the screen. The room looked strangely familiar, not in the way of resembling some place he had seen before, but in a way that unsettled him deeply. It felt like stumbling upon an old photo he did not remember taking, yet knowing he was in it, somehow. He squinted for a better look. In the left corner, a small window had curtains drawn unevenly. On the wall above an electrical outlet, a thin crack ran like a hairline fracture. The light reflected a faint scratch on the wooden floor near the wall's edge. Every detail matched the room he was in right now. Then turned around and scanned his surroundings. The room stayed silent. His recliner chair sat in its usual spot. The curtains hung slightly open, letting in faint streetlight from below. No one else was there, and there was no wooden chair. He looked back at the screen. The video continued unchanged. The angle stayed fixed as if from a mounted camera. Time passed, but nothing happened. At 2 minutes and 33 seconds, the video ended. The screen went black. No next video played. No related suggestions appeared. Ethan checked the details. Below the upload time was 10 minutes ago. A shiver ran down his spine. The chill came not from any scary image in the video, but from its absolute silence. It was not like typical horror films that started quiet and ended with a monster jumping out. Somehow, it invaded the most personal thing he had, his own space. He clicked the channel name. Nothing loaded, just a blank page, no video list, no about section, no links. Heighten sat still in front of the dark screen for several minutes. He refreshed the page, then went back to the main tab. It was gone, as if it had never existed. His watch history showed nothing. No matter what he tried, searching the link, checking DNS logs, or even reviewing network activity, no trace remained. It felt like a hallucination with no real video at all. The room grew unnaturally quiet. He checked the windows, then turned on every light in the apartment as an odd reflex, just to reassure himself he was still in reality. But even with the bright lights, the unease crept into every corner. When he went to bed, the clock neared 4 in the morning. In the darkness, Ethan's eyes stayed wide open, replaying the image of that lone wooden chair, and worse, the thought that he might not have seen everything the video wanted to show him. The next day, Ethan woke with dark circles under his eyes. The video from the night before had drained him with insomnia. He spent the entire day searching and researching, but the results stayed the same. It was as if the video never existed, and it was all just his imagination, or maybe a coincidence. Perhaps it was filmed in a room identical to his. It could even be a clever prank set up by friends. The internet was full of such things, but deep down, Ethan knew something was wrong. That evening, he avoided his computer on purpose. He skipped his YouTube habit before sleep, turned off the lights early, pulled up the covers, and tried to lull himself to sleep with the soft wind outside the window. But sleep slipped away like a slick fish. Every time he closed his eyes, the room from the video appeared. The empty chair on the brown wooden floor, the dusty dim light, and the suffocating silence. It felt like he had never left that footage, or worse, it had never truly ended around 2 in the morning. Ethan sat up. He could not take it anymore. He needed to know. He needed to confirm if it was all just his mind playing tricks. He opened his laptop. The screen lit up in the dark. reflecting his sunken eyes from lack of sleep. He went to YouTube, typed in keywords, checked his history, scanned suggestions, but found nothing. Then, as he was about to shut it down, the home page showed a black frame. No preview image, no title, no view count, just an empty thumbnail, exactly like before. Then's hand trembled slightly. The mouse cursor hovered over it. He did not click. He did not move. But the video started playing on its own this time. No dark intro, the image appeared immediately. It was the same familiar room, but the light was dimmer. The colors had noise, tinted yellow, like filmed on old equipment worn by time. The camera tilted a bit, as if placed on the floor, making everything lean toward the viewer. The wooden chair was still there, but something had changed. The seat had a dent, as if someone had just stood up from it not long ago, then held his breath. His eyes were glued to the screen. A soft sound came from the video, very faint, like something bumping lightly against the wall. Then came a tapping. Tap, 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 steady, like fingernails on glass. The image started to blur. The frame seemed stretched longer than normal, creating a sense that time in the video slowed down. But stranger still, his real room began to change. Too, then sensed something off in the space around him. He glanced at the opposite wall. The crack in the paint, once thin as a hair, now looked clearer and longer, as if spreading. Ethan's eyes widened, and he could not help but stare at the crack. A full-body chill hit him, making him shudder involuntarily. He shook his head slightly, focusing back on the video. A dark shadow flashed across the left corner of the screen. It was quick, so fast that without close attention it would be missed, but Ethan knew it was there. A blurry black line sliding across the lens, leaving no shadow and no footstep sounds. Then the audio distorted, but light static. It turned to low, drawn-out hums, like muffled growls. Mixed in were fragmented sounds, like speech, but reversed, or from a broken device. A phrase repeated, broken. No, no. Each repeat grew heavier, as if echoing from the bottom of a well. The camera slowly panned toward the window. Outside was pitch black, with only streetlight filtering through thin curtains. But the terror was not out there. It was inside. A figure stood right by the door, back turned to the camera, motionless, not breathing, just standing like a silent statue guarding his own home. The body was misty, but the outline felt familiar. Ethan's heart skipped a beat. The figure looked eerily like him. Then it started turning its head slowly, jerky, unnatural. The face, or what passed for a face, emerged in the dim light. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just a flat, empty void, yet it radiated a presence that triggered primal fear. The video cut off abruptly. No ending, no fade. The screen went black, as if unplugged. The then gasped for air, his heart pounding wildly. His hands stayed on the keyboard, but his fingers had gone numb. He looked around the room. It was still silent, no sounds, except the computer screen remained lit, and in its faint reflection behind his shoulder, a shape stood motionless. After the second video, Ethan lost the courage to touch his laptop again. He unplugged the charger, closed it, and shoved it into a drawer. He flipped his phone face down on the table and powered it off. He thought if he avoided screens and the internet, those things could not reach him. But reality was not that simple. That night, while making coffee in the kitchen, Ethan heard a faint noise in the living room. It was unclear, like the wooden floor creaking from temperature changes, or wind rattling the frame. But the weather was calm, so where was the wind? Worse, the sound seemed to move slowly from the room's center toward the bedroom door. He stepped out and looked around. Nothing had changed, but the floor near the sofa had an odd mark, like someone had stepped there and vanished. The next morning when he woke, the wall clock was frozen at 3:14 am. His alarm clock and phone showed the same, all stuck at 3:14 am. The hands did not move, though Ethan felt like he had been awake for nearly an hour. Stranger yet, when he tried going online with his phone, there was no signal. But as soon as he opened the laptop, even after disconnecting Wi-Fi and the charger, the screen lit up on its own. No programs ran, however. In the center, a black window appeared, with white text blinking quietly. The video is ready. No sender information, no link, and of course, no network signal. Ethan yanked the plug. He shut it down. But the text stayed, as if written directly on the screen, not through any operating system. A chill raced down his spine, spreading through his body. Ethan jumped up, not even grabbing his coat nearby, and fled his apartment in haste, escaping the inexplicable horror chasing him. That evening, he hid in the coffee shop on the ground floor. Light rain dusted the streets, unusually empty, with only a few people in the shop. He chose a table near the window, seeking safety in public. But as he sat, his phone vibrated softly. Though powered off since yesterday, the screen turned on, no app icons. Just a black and white photo of his living room corner at midnight. In the photo, someone stood with their back to the camera. Tall, long hair hanging down, in dark clothes, face unseen. But what froze Ethan was the position, right in the room's center where the wooden chair had appeared in the first video. He did not recall anyone entering his apartment. He lived alone. No one had a key. Ethan swallowed hard. He pressed his lips together, left money on the table, and walked out, returning home. Oppression hit him at the door. The air felt compressed thick. Every electronic device in the place glitched. The television flickered on and off without touch. Lights blinked like failing bulbs. The Bluetooth speaker emitted static hums. Intermittent noises like slow, dry breaths. He backed away, planning to run back to the coffee shop. But as he turned, knocking sounded suddenly. Knock, 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 3 times, slow, clear, from inside the apartment, right behind the door he had just closed. He froze, heart thumping. Cold sweat trickled down his back. No one was inside. He had just left the living room, and he lived alone. The knocking repeated, faster now, more urgent, like someone trapped and desperate to get out. He turned back, trembling as he twisted the knob. Inside was dark, but the laptop on the table glowed. On the screen, a still image paused at 1:11. It showed him sitting at the screen, head bowed, face half-lit by the desk lamp. But behind him, a pale hand rested on his left shoulder, long and thin, fingers almost piercing through his shirt. He spun around, no one there. The room empty, the wooden chair which had never existed in his apartment now sat boldly in the center, identical to the one in the video. 3:14 am. Every clock in the apartment stopped at that exact time. Time had slipped from reality, and something from the zero channel had stepped out of the screen. Then tried everything. He cut the internet uninstalled, browsers, even reinstalled the entire operating system. But each time he opened the laptop, the video reappeared, silent, cold, and still, as if waiting for his return. At first, Ethan thought he was obsessed. Maybe from lack of sleep, stress, or some hallucination. But no, the repetition was too precise, too intentional. New videos started appearing, still from the nameless channel, with no description or history. This time, the footage was not an empty room. Each clip showed a different angle, with the same subject. Ethan, but a different version of him in one video. Ethan sat with his back to the camera, typing furiously as if composing something urgent. In another, he stood motionless in the room, staring directly at the lens, his face blurred by static. But the build, clothes, even the small scar behind his ear, all matched perfectly. The clips had no sound, but a faint breathing rhythm played, as if the microphone recorded from inside the camera itself. Ethan felt watched in return. Every action, every gesture, as if he were the actor in an edited performance. But who filmed it, and why him? The more he watched, the more space around him felt warped. Each new upload came closer to the moment he sat at the screen. In one, he got up for coffee, and minutes later, another video showed him in the kitchen, holding his mug, staring intensely at the camera this time. Sound came through, unclear, but present. A long sigh, his own sigh, then slammed the laptop shut, but it did not turn off. The screen stayed lit, reflecting his face in the dark. Then it reopened itself, not by the power button, but with a gentle motion, as if someone typed a command from within. The webcam light flickered red. When every device in the house began playing the same video, the laptop, television, even an old phone without a SIM, Ethan realized this was no prank. He unplugged or powered severed connections, but the video played on no visuals. Just white noise with whispers mixed in static, like a channel beyond broadcast range, trying to communicate. In desperation, he recorded it on his phone and sent it to a friend, a security engineer. The reply was brief. This data does not match any format I have seen. At the same time, the room door began vibrating lightly, not from wind, not from the ground, but as if someone tapped at the atomic level of space. In a new radio, Ethan saw himself leaving the front door in his current clothes, walking the hallway, stopping at the third-floor corridor camera. The problem was his apartment was on the 5th floor, unexplainable. He had never gone there, but the clip clearly showed him in real time, repeating movements like a digital ghost in another layer of reality, overlapping bit by bit with the physical world. A new video posted, this time with a single description. The door opens from inside, opening it. Ethan saw himself before a mirror, but the reflection did not mimic. It stared out, then turned its head toward the camera. The entity in the video had noticed him. It was no longer confined to the frame. It breathed in the same space, lived in the signals, spread through pixels, data packets, every gaze on the screen, and now it sought an exit on the final night. Ethan did not sleep. He sat at the computer. The room was sunk in silence. 2:58 a.m. A notification appeared on screen. Live stream starts in 2. See Gogs. No pop-or shown. No view count. No exit button. As the clock hit 3 a.m., the video began. Black screen, then fading in a familiar room. A man sat with his back to the camera, fingers on the keyboard. Than, but not a copy. It was him. The footage was not simulated, not recreated. He was seeing himself in real time from an impossible angle. Before he finished the thought, the on-screen image shifted. The camera moved slightly right in the frame. A figure appeared behind him, mania unclear, just a hazy shape still unmoving. But it stared at the camera. No, not the camera. At him, then bolted up. On screen, the figure tilted its head, catching his reaction. From the screen came a low rumble, like hundreds of voices overlapping, no longer static, but a call, something inviting him inside. Then the screen went black. The next morning, no one found Ethan. Police saw no break-in signs, no struggle, no final message. Only the laptop on the table screen lit, playing one video. An empty room. The chair swiveled slightly, as if someone had just risen, The file could not be stopped, could not be skipped, could not be copied. Each restart had played from the beginning. Then and all traces of him vanished from the world, as if he never existed. That night, hundreds across cities reported, at exactly 3 a.m., their devices, even without internet, autoplayed a video. It started as white noise, then sharpened, a person sitting at a screen. That person did not know they were watched, but the viewers recognized the room, the posture, the screen as their own, and in the final moment before it ended, a figure appeared behind the subject, solid calmed. This time, the subject was not Ethan. It was the viewer themselves. Ethan Hayes had always been a creature of habit. In his mid-30s, working as a freelance graphic designer, he thrived on routine. The move to Chicago was meant to be a fresh start after a messy breakup in Seattle. The apartment, on the 5th floor of an old brick building, offered affordable rent and a view of the bustling streets below. It was small but cozy, with white walls that reflected the city lights at night and wooden floors that creaked underfoot in a comforting way. That first night, after the video vanished, Ethan tried to rationalize it. He paced the room, running his hands through his short brown hair. "It is just a glitch," he muttered to himself. "Some algorithm error, or maybe a deep fake demo gone wrong." But the precision of the details nagged at him. The exact placement of the window, the subtle curve of the wall crack, the way the light hit the floor scratch, all identical. He spent hours that morning Googling similar experiences, diving into forums about creepy YouTube videos. Most stories were urban legends, jump scares, or hoaxes. Nothing matched this quiet invasion. By afternoon, exhaustion set in. He napped fitfully on the recliner, dreaming of empty chairs multiplying in his room. Waking with a start, he decided to distract himself. He called his old friend Mark, the security engineer, but kept it light. "Hey man, seen any weird tech stuff lately?" Mark laughed it off, talking about work. Ethan did not mention the video yet. He was not ready to sound crazy. As evening fell, the avoidance began. No laptop, no phone scrolling. He read a paperback novel instead, an old thriller about shadows coming alive. Irony hit him, and he set it down. Lying in bed, he stared at the ceiling, listening to distant traffic. Sleep came in fragments, broken by the image of that chair. The second video's appearance shattered his fragile calm. When it autoplayed, Ethan's mind raced. The dent in the chair suggested recent use. The tapping sounds echoed in his head long after. And that shadow, the distorted "no, no," it felt like a warning from his own subconscious. After seeing the reflection of the shape behind him, he did not sleep. He sat on the floor, back against the wall, watching the door. "This cannot be real," he whispered. Dawn brought no relief. He ventured out for coffee, the city noise a temporary shield. At a local cafe, he used their Wi-Fi to search again. YouTube-haunted videos, room replica pranks. Results were sparse, mostly fiction. Benkei home, the unease grew. He noticed small changes. The wall crack seemed wider by a fraction. Was it? He measured it with a ruler, marking the length, 2.5 inches. He would check later. The third day blurred into night. Avoiding devices, he cooked a simple meal, pasta with sauce from a jar. While eating, he heard the creak. Investigating, the floor mark looked like a footprint, faint but human-shaped. He scrubbed it with a cloth, but it lingered like a stain in wood grain. That night, the clock stopping at 3:14 sent him into panic. He reset them manually, but they froze again. His phone, alarm, even the microwave clock, all synced to that time power surge, he thought. But deep down, he knew better. Opening the laptop against his better judgment, the video-ready message felt like a taunt. Fleeing to the coffee shop, The photo on his phone amplified the terror. The figure in his room, was it a woman? The long hair suggested so, but the build was ambiguous. He deleted the photo, but it reappeared in his gallery. Returning home, the glitching devices created a symphony of dread. The television showing static with breaths, lights pulsing like a heartbeat. The knocking from inside sealed his fear. Opening the door to see the paused video with the hand on his shoulder, he screamed silently, throat tight. The chair's appearance was the breaking point. Solid wood, cold to the touch. He dragged it to the hallway, left it outside. But when he closed the door, it was back inside, centered perfectly. Were cone there, the videos multiplied. Each one chipped at his sanity. Seeing alternate versions of himself typing, standing, staring, it blurred self-perception. Am I the original? He wondered. The breathing audio matched his rhythm, syncing with his inhales. When devices played in unison, he isolated them in closets, but sounds leaked through walls. Sending the recording to Mark, got that cryptic reply, followed by Mark's concerned call. Ethan, this file is weird. It is like compressed nothing, but it plays. You okay? Ethan hung up. Paranoia rising. Was Mark in on it? The door vibrations felt like reality fraying. The radio of him on the third floor. He checked building security footage later, begging the landlord. Nothing showed, but the clip existed. The mirror video broke him further. The reflection turning independently, it smiled faintly, a detail he noticed on rewatch. Not his smile as the live stream began. Seeing himself in real time, the presence of the figure behind felt tangible. The rumble called his name. Layered voices whispering, "Join us Zen out." In the aftermath, investigators puzzled over the laptop. Tech experts could not explain the self-playing file. Reports flooded in from others' identical experiences, personalized to their rooms. The entity, born from the empty channel, spread. It watched through screens waiting for 314 when boundaries thinned. No violence, just erasure, one viewer at a time, pulled into the void, leaving empty chairs and frozen clocks. Those who saw the videos shared stories online, but posts vanished, Felbows glitched. The infection grew. If you see a black thumbnail tonight, do not click, but it might play anyway, and when it does, check behind you. The viewer is no longer alone. Ethan's descent deepened. Over the following days, he took time off work, claiming illness. Ming's went unanswered as he obsessed over notes. He jotted details, videotatos, sounds, changes in the room. The wall crack grew to 3 inches. He photographed it daily, the evidence mounting in his mind. He tried logic. Maybe a hacker accessed my webcam, recreated the room digitally, but how the videos predicted his actions. One showed him pacing exactly as he did minutes later. Precognition? Or was he looped in time? Supernatural thoughts crept in. He researched ghosts in the digital age, urban legends of cursed files, stories of lost signals where broadcasts from other dimensions leaked through. It fit the pattern. He confided in a neighbor, Mrs. Larson, an elderly woman downstairs. "Have you seen odd videos?" She shook her head, but her eyes darted. Later he heard her television blaring static at night. Isolation bred paranoia. Footsteps echoed in empty halls. Shadows lengthened unnaturally. The chair became a fixture. Moving it only made it reappear closer. Merv videos. One where he slept, but his dream self woke and waved. Another with whispers naming forgotten memories. His ex's laugh, childhood fears, the entity evolved. In clips, it mimicked friends' voices luring. "Ethan, it is safe here." The final stream sealed his fate. As the figure approached on screen, he felt breath on his neck. Turning, nothing, but the screen showed it touching him. Fade to black, his disappearance sparked brief news. Man vanishes from locked apartment. The laptop evidence malfunctioned in police custody. screen cracking inexplicably. The spread, first hundreds, then thousands devices, worldwide glitched at 3:14. Viewers saw themselves, then the shadow. Some resisted, smashing screens. But it jumped to mirrors, reflections twisting. The unseen viewer watched all, patient, eternal. No escape from the channel that never would died for brought a desperate attempt at normalcy. Ethan forced himself to leave the apartment for longer. He walked the streets of Chicago, the wind off Lake Michigan chilling his skin. He stopped at a local library, using one of their computers to search for answers, typing mysterious YouTube channels no name into the browser. He scrolled through results. But midway, the screen flickered, and the black frame appeared. The video started playing silently, drawing curious glances from nearby patrons. Ethan logged off in panic, heart racing as he rushed out. Was it following him now, beyond his home? That night, back in the apartment, the temperature dropped sharply at exactly 3:14. His breath became visible in the air like winter fog indoors. He wrapped himself in blankets, but the cold seeped into his bones. The chair in the center seemed to absorb the light, its wood darker than before. On day 5, he tried meditation, sitting cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, focusing on his breathing, but the calm shattered when visions intruded the empty room, the figure turning its faceless head. He opened his eyes to find the wall crack had extended another inch, now reaching toward the ceiling like a vein pulsing with life. He called his ex, Sarah, in a moment of weakness. "Something is following me through my computer," he said, voice shaking. She paused, then replied softly, "Ethan, you sound exhausted. Maybe see a doctor." Her dismissal stung, but that night, a new video appeared with her voice distorted, saying, "Come back to me," over footage of him alone in the room. Day 6, he sought professional help. He booked an appointment with a therapist online, but during the video call, the screen glitched and the black frame took over. The therapist's face froze, then morphed into the faceless figure. Ethan ended the call, unplugging everything. He even considered spiritual aid, visiting a local church. He spoke to a priest about curses in the modern world. The priest listened, then suggested prayer. But as Ethan left, his phone buzzed with a notification. A video of him in the church pew, head bowed, with a shadow looming behind. The psychological toll mounted. Ethan questioned every memory. Was the breakup real, or part of the simulation? His designs on the computer now looked altered, lines curving unnaturally, as if edited by an invisible hand. Nights blended into days. Sleep deprivation made shadows dance. The entity whispered through speakers, names of lost loved ones, pulling at his heart. In one video, it showed alternate lives. Ethan happy with Sarah or successful in his career. Temptations to step in, but he resisted until the live stream. Now, the curse spreads. You might feel a chill at 3:14. Check your screen. The viewer waits. Van's mind became a battlefield of doubt and fear. Each new video peeled away layers of his identity. He started recording his own thoughts on paper, afraid the entity could read his digital notes. Today, the crack is 4 inches. The chair moved 2 feet closer to the bed while I was out. The journal became his anchor, but even ink seemed to fade on pages. He experimented with blocking the webcam, taping over it. But videos continued angle shifting as if the camera was inside his eyes. "How is this possible?" he whispered to the empty room. Friends noticed his absence. Mark texted, "Dude, you dropped off everything good?" Ethan replied vaguely, "Busy with work." But paranoia whispered they were replaced, part of the entity's web. The supernatural elements intensified. Objects moved slightly, a mug shifting on the table, books falling without cause, the air hummed with static electricity, hairs standing on end. In a bold move, he smashed the laptop with a hammer. Shards scattered, but the screen pieces glowed faintly, playing fragments of videos. He swept them out, but the phone took over. The entity was not in the devices. It was in the space between the unseen signal. As days passed, Ethan lost track of time. Clocks forever at 3:14. His reflection in mirrors lingered a second longer after he looked away. The final invitation came not as fear, but relief. Join, the voices said. End the watching. He did, and now it watches you. The story of Ethan Hayes serves as a warning in whispered online tales. Though they vanish quickly, the channel finds new viewers, replicating rooms, lives, selves. If your clock stops at 3:14, it is too late. The unseen viewer has arrived. No blood, no screams, just endless, silent observation until you become the watched. Favor. The whispering vein, the wind howled across the empty plains of Montana, carrying the scent of dry earth and something faintly rotten, like the breath of decay. Sarah Jenkins gripped the steering wheel of her rented gray sedan, an old model that groaned with every bump on Route 19. The October sky turned a deep purple mixed with blood red as the sun sank behind jagged hills, casting long shadows that stretched like ghostly fingers from the ground. Sarah, 28 years old, tightened her hold until her knuckles turned white under the dim dashboard light. As an investigative journalist from New York, she was used to skyscrapers, political scandals, and the fast pace of city life. But this place, Shadow Ridge, felt like another world, a barren land where time had frozen, leaving behind secrets no one dared to speak. Sarah came here because of a letter. It was a crumpled piece of paper with shaky handwriting, as if written in a panic, sent to her newsroom a month ago. The letter mentioned Shadow Ridge, a small town cursed by its past, unexplained disappearances, and a gold mine that devoured souls. The last line kept her awake at night. The truth is in the gold. Find it before it finds you. Her editor, Mr. Robert Harlan, had no connection to the local sheriff, and he laughed when she suggested a story on the town. Ghost stories, Sarah. Are you writing horror novels now? But his expression softened when she showed him the letter with its trembling script like a hand in fear. Fine, go, but do not expect me to cover 5-star hotels. She drove along dusty red roads with clouds of dirt trailing behind the tires. The plains stretched endlessly, broken only by withered bushes and large rocks scattered like forgotten graves. A rusted sign appeared by the roadside, the words Shadow Ridge, 5 miles barely readable, worn by time and weather. Sarah turned on the radio, but it only crackled with static, as if the air here blocked all signals. She turned it off, letting silence take over, broken only by the wind whistling through the window cracks and the tires crunching on gravel. She glanced in the rearview mirror, catching her own tired eyes. 3 years of nonstop work, from corruption investigations to financial scandals, had worn her down. But this letter, with its desperate and mysterious tone, awakened something in her. The part that craved truth, no matter the cost. Shadow Ridge appeared in the twilight like a mirage. A short main street ran through the center, lined with weathered wooden buildings. A diner with a flickering sign that barely glowed. A dusty general store with cloudy windows, and a bar where neon lights buzzed like dying insects. The few people Sarah glimpsed hurried along, heads down, as if afraid of being watched. An old man sat on a bench by the road, holding a cigarette, giving her a sharp look before turning away. A child stood at the corner, clutching a red rubber ball, staring at her before running off as she approached. The ball bouncing on the dusty sidewalk, she parked in front of the sheriff's office, a low building with peeling paint, and stepped out. The cold October evening air bit into her skin, and the sound of her boots on gravel echoed oddly in the quiet. Inside the office, Sheriff Tom Harlan leaned back in his chair, boots propped on a cluttered desk, a newspaper hiding his face. He was in his late 50s, with a gray beard and eyes that looked weary yet sharp, as if he had seen too much he wished to forget. "Miss Jenkins," he said without looking up, his voice deep and rough like gravel underfoot, "I heard you were coming. Nothing to see in Shadow Ridge." Sarah forced a smile and brushed a strand of dark hair from her face. "I am here about the disappearances, the ones no one wants to talk about." Tom lowered the newspaper, his gaze sharp, like a blade cutting through the air. "Old news. People leave small towns, that is all." "I got a letter," Sarah said, pulling the crumpled paper from her bag. "It mentions the gold mine, a curse, people vanishing without a trace." Tom stood up, tall and broad, his shadow blocking the faint lamplight. "Listen, Miss Jenkins, that mine closed a century ago. Nothing there but rocks and bad memories. You go digging, and you will bring trouble on yourself." Sarah met his eyes without flinching. "Trouble is my job?" Tom sighed and rubbed his temple, as if holding back something. "Stay at Agnes's Inn. Stay off the hill, and do not expect a warm welcome from folks here." Sarah left the office, a feeling of unease clinging to her like a shadow. Something about Tom felt off, a tension, as if he hid a secret bigger than his words. She looked toward the distant hill where the mine sat, and a chill ran down her spine. It was more than a mine, it was a warning. She stood there a moment, her breath forming white clouds in the cold air, wondering if she was truly ready for what waited. She pulled her recorder from her bag, turned it on, and whispered, "Shadow Ridge, Day 1. Something is wrong here, and I will find out." Sarah stood before Agnes's Inn, a crooked 2-story building with peeling wood like the skin of a dried corpse. The October night wind blew through, bringing a bone-chilling cold and a rotten smell from somewhere in the dark. The sky held no stars, only a faint moon lighting the distant hill where the gold mine lay still like a scar on the earth. She clutched her bag with the anonymous letter inside, the unease from meeting Sheriff Tom Harlan still following her like a shadow. His warning, "You go digging and you will bring trouble on yourself," echoed in her mind. But Sarah was not the type to scare easily. She had faced powerful people in New York, ones who would do anything to hide secrets, and she knew truth always came with a price. Agnes, the thin old woman who ran the inn, stood behind the front desk, her eyes darting like a trapped animal. Her silver hair was tied loosely, strands falling over her wrinkled face, and her bony hands gripped a dirty rag. "Room 3, upstairs," Agnes said, her voice hoarse and almost a whisper. "Do not wander at night. It is not safe here." She handed Sarah the key, a cold iron one with a worn wooden tag marked 3, smoothed by time. Sarah nodded and tried a polite smile, but Agnes's look made her shiver. It was not just wary, it was the look of someone who knew too much and chose silence. Room 3 was narrow and cold, with the smell of rotting wood and old tobacco soaked into the walls. The iron bed creaked when Sarah set her bag down. A chipped wooden table wobbled by the window, and a cloudy mirror hung on the wall, reflecting her distorted image. The window faced the hill, where darkness covered the mine entrance like an open mouth. Sarah drew the curtains, but moonlight slipped through the gaps, casting hazy streaks on the wooden floor. She sat at the table, spread out the anonymous letter, and read it again. The handwriting was scrawled and shaky, as if the writer fought panic. "Shadow Ridge is not what you think. The mine is not just rock. It swallows souls. The truth is in the gold. Find it before it finds you." No sender's name, no address, only a faint postmark from a nearby post office. She took out her recorder, turned it on, and whispered, "This letter. Someone here wants me to know something, but why me?" She checked the window to make sure it was locked tight, then lay on the bed, trying to sleep. But sleep did not come. The wind whistled through the window cracks, carrying sounds like whispers, unclear but haunting. Sarah sat up suddenly, her heart pounding, and looked outside. The hill was dark, with only bare trees swaying in the moonlight. But she felt something watching back. A shape? No, just a tree, she told herself. She tried to calm down, but then a soft knock came from the door. She froze, her breath catching. The knock came again, gentle but steady, like someone patiently waiting. She got out of bed, her bare feet cold on the wood, and opened the door. The hallway was empty, with only a flickering fluorescent light at the end, casting weird shadows on the walls. On the floor, right at the door, was a small piece of paper, the handwriting matching the first letter. Do not go to the mind. It knows you are here. Sarah picked up the paper, her hand shaking slightly, and locked the door again. She checked the window once more, her heart racing like it might burst. Who left this? Agnes, or another townsperson? She sat at the table, turned on the lamp, its yellow light falling on the paper. She recorded day 1 in Shadow Ridge, 10 at night, another note, same handwriting. Someone is trying to warn me or threaten me. But why? And what is it? She tried to sleep, but every sound, the wood creaking, the wind howling, imagined footsteps made her jump. She lay there, eyes wide, staring at the cracked ceiling, feeling like the shadows in the room were alive, moving, whispering. When dawn broke, gray light filtering through the curtains, Sarah decided to start her investigation. She put on her coat, tucked the letter and note into her pocket, and left the inn. Shadow Ridge in daylight was no better than at night. The wooden buildings seemed to rot from the inside, and the people she met avoided her eyes. She walked into the local diner, an old place with the smell of burnt coffee and yellow light from hanging bulbs. A few locals sat scattered, silent like ghosts. A middle-aged man in a worn leather jacket sat in the corner, staring at her before looking down at his coffee when she turned. She noted his face, deep-set eyes, gray skin, as if he had not slept in years. A young woman, about 20, with messy blonde hair and wild eyes, was wiping the counter. That was Clara Benson, the one Agnes had warned Sarah to avoid. She is odd, Agnes said last night, her voice full of suspicion, always daydreaming, talking nonsense about the mine. Sarah sat at the counter and ordered black coffee. You are Clara, right? I heard you know something about the gold mine. Clara stiffened, her hand trembling as she dropped the rag. Who told you that? Her voice was low, almost a whisper, her eyes scanning around like she feared eavesdroppers. I am a journalist, Sarah replied, keeping her tone calm. I found out on my own. Clara leaned in and whispered, You should not ask about the mine. It is not just rock. Something is there. It calls to me in dreams, a shadow without a face, saying it wants the truth. Sarah felt a chill down her spine, but she kept her face steady. What do you see in the dreams? Clara hesitated, her eyes wide with fear. It tells me to come to the mine. It promises to show me everything. The missing people. They did not leave. They are there, underground, trapped. But anyone who goes in does not come out. Sarah did not believe in ghosts, but Clara's trembling voice shook her. Can you take me there? I need to see for myself. Clara shook her head, her voice nearly choking. You do not understand. It knows. It always knows. Sarah left the diner, her mind spinning. Clara knows something, but she is too scared to say. She decided to go to the town library, a tiny building at the end of the main street, to learn more about Shadow Ridge's history. The library was almost abandoned, with dusty shelves and the smell of old paper. The librarian, an old, thin man named Alias, looked at her with suspicion when she asked about the gold mine. Nothing good there, he said, his voice raspy. Just old tales. Best you leave, but in a hidden corner of the library, Sarah found an old book with a worn leather cover titled History of Shadow Ridge. She flipped through yellowed pages and found a chapter on the mine. It told of the 1800s, when first miners came, drawn by promises of gold. But after a few years, the mine became cursed. Miners vanished without trace, and survivors spoke of a faceless shadow in the tunnels. The chapter ended with a line: "The mine does not just take gold, it takes souls." Sarah took notes, her heart beating faster. She felt closer to the truth, but also an invisible pressure, as if the town watched her every move. When she left the library, it was getting dark. She looked at the hill where the mine entrance hid in shadows. A thought flashed. She had to go there, but Clara's warning echoed. It knows. It always knows. Sarah stood outside the diner, the dim light from the sign highlighting her tense features. Clara Benson's words, "It knows, it always knows," lingered in her mind like an omen she could not shake. She gazed at the distant hill where the mine entrance lurked in darkness and felt a strange pull, almost impossible to resist, drawing her toward it. She did not believe in ghosts or curses, but something in Shadow Ridge made her reason waver. The anonymous letter, the mysterious note at her door, and Clara's frightened eyes all pointed to the mine. She knew she had to go, even as fear gnawed at her, bit by bit. She returned to Agnes's inn, determined to convince Clara to guide her to the mine. When she knocked on Clara's office door at the diner after her shift, the young woman was cleaning up, her hands shaking as she stacked plates. "Clara," Sarah said, her voice firm but gentle, "I need your help. I have to see the gold mine. If you do not come with me, I will go alone." Clara paused, her wild eyes fixed on Sarah. "You do not understand," she whispered, her voice nearly breaking. "Every time I dream of it, I see them, the missing people. They scream, but no one hears. And that shadow, it is not human." She hugged her shoulders as if warding off an invisible cold. "If you go, it will see you. It will not let go." Sarah placed a hand on Clara's shoulder, feeling the young woman tremble under her thin shirt. "I am not afraid," Sarah said, though inside she was not as sure as her words. "But I need to know the truth. And I think you want that too. If we go together, we can protect each other." Clara stayed silent for a long time, her eyes shifting between fear and a vague longing. Finally, she nodded, her voice small like the wind. "All right, but if we die there, do not blame me." They agreed to meet at midnight, when the town slept, to avoid prying eyes from other residents. That night, under the faint moon, Sarah and Clara left the town, carrying 2 flashlights, a pickaxe Clara borrowed from her shed, and a water bottle. The path up the hill was rough, full of jagged rocks and dry bushes that scratched their legs like claws. With each step, Sarah felt an invisible weight on her chest, as if the air thickened, making it hard to breathe. Clara led the way, her steps hesitant, her flashlight beam sweeping over bushes, creating twisted shadows that looked like lurking figures. "Have you seen it yet?" Clara whispered, her voice trembling. "The shadow. It is here." "I know." Sarah did not answer right away, her eyes fixed on the mine entrance ahead. It loomed like a black mouth, swallowing light, with rotten wooden boards blocking the way. Just a mine, she told herself, but the voice in her head lacked conviction. They stopped at the entrance, and Sarah swung the pickaxe at the boards. The wood cracked loudly in the night, sharp and ominous, like a warning from the earth itself. Clara grabbed Sarah's arm, her nails digging in. "Do you hear that?" Clara whispered. "It is breathing." Sarah ignored it, though she felt an unnatural cold gust from the entrance. They stepped inside, flashlight beams lighting wet stone walls etched with strange symbols, circles intertwined, spirals and shapes like reaching hands, as if pulling them into the dark. The air inside was freezing, heavy with damp earth and metal. as if the mine held onto memories of what happened here. Their footsteps echoed, distorted in the narrow space, sounding like distant whispers. They went deeper, the tunnel narrowing, stone walls brushing their shoulders. Sarah felt a cold draft on her neck, like someone passing by, but when she turned, there was only darkness. Clara's flashlight flickered, and she panicked, backing against the wall. "It is here," Clara whispered, her voice shaking. "I told you, it knows we are coming." Sarah took Clara's hand to calm her. "It is just your imagination. Keep going." But when they reached a wide underground chamber, everything changed. Old mining tools lay scattered on the floor, a rusted pickaxe, an overturned cart, and rotten ropes. Sarah's flashlight beam hit a pickaxe, its iron edge seeming to glisten under the light, as if fresh with blood. She approached to check, but it was only rust and dust. She turned to ask Clara, but the young woman was gone. Sarah shouted, her voice echoing in the dark, but silence answered. Then she heard it, a whisper, not Clara's, but deeper, as if from the walls themselves. "Sarah, come to me." She spun around, her flashlight piercing a dark corner. There, a tall shape without a face stood motionless. It did not move, but she felt it watching, digging into her mind, pulling out her deepest fears. Images of her mother, lost when she was young, flashed in her head, standing in the shadows waving for her to come. Sarah shook her head to clear the hallucination, but the whisper grew louder, like a chorus of invisible voices. "The truth, the truth." In panic, Sarah ran, but the tunnel behind collapsed, rocks tumbling to block the exit. She was trapped. She backed away, her flashlight sweeping over the symbols on the walls, now glowing faintly as if awakened by her presence. The whispers intensified, like a storm of sound, making her head ache. She found a narrow path to another smaller room, with a rough stone altar in the center. On the altar was a glowing red stone, pulsing like a living eye, rhythmic like a heartbeat. She touched it, and a jolt ran through her body, bringing horrific images: miners buried alive, faces twisted in pain, screams, and the faceless shadow among them reaching for her. Sarah yanked her hand back, her heart pounding. "Clara," she shouted again, but only the whispers answered. "Clearer now. You cannot leave." She swept her flashlight around the room, but no sign of Clara. She tried to stay calm, but the feeling of being hunted grew stronger. She recorded, "In the mine, day 2. Clara missing. Something here is not human. The red stone, it is alive." She pocketed the recorder, gripped the pickaxe, and resolved to find Clara before it was too late. She followed another tunnel, narrower, with walls seeming to close in around her. The whispers continued, mixed with sounds like nails scratching stone. She stopped, her flashlight revealing a paper on the floor, familiar handwriting. "You have gone too far." Sarah's blood ran cold. She picked it up, her hands shaking, and kept going, each step leading her deeper into darkness. Sarah stumbled as she climbed over rubble blocking the mine exit, her flashlight shaking in her hand, its light flickering as if about to die. The outside air was bitterly cold, but it did nothing to stop her body's trembling. Clara was gone, and the horrific images from the red stone miners buried alive, the faceless shadow reaching for her, clung to her mind. She held the pickaxe tight, as if it anchored her to reality, and staggered down the rough path back to Shadow Ridge. The whispers from the mine still echoed in her head, even far away. "You cannot leave," she recorded quickly, her voice trembling. Day 2. Just escaped the mine. Clara missing. The red stone is not normal. Something lives in it when she reached the town. Dawn was near. The old wooden houses stood silent under the gray morning light, as if watching her. She burst into Sheriff Tom Harlan's office without knocking. Tom sat at his desk, holding a cold coffee, his eyes tired but sharp. He did not seem surprised, as if he knew she would return. "Miss Jenkins," he said, his voice deep and rough, "I told you to stay off the mine. Clara is missing. Sarah shouted, her voice breaking in panic. "I saw something in there. A dark shadow without a face. What do you know about it? Tell me." Tom sat still, his gaze heavy as if deciding whether to speak. Finally, he sighed, stood, and closed the office door. "You should not have gone there," he said, his voice low like a whisper. "No one should." He walked to an old iron cabinet in the corner, unlocked it, and pulled out a yellowed folder tied with rotten twine. "You want the truth? This is the closest I have to it." Tom began to tell, his voice steady and low, as if reciting a story he knew by heart but wished to forget. Hundreds of years ago, miners in Shadow Ridge dug too deep into the hill, seeking gold. They found not just gold, but a glowing red stone, shining like fresh blood. They called it the heart of the mine. But after touching the stone, the miners changed. They became obsessed, greedy, and then they vanished one by one. Survivors spoke of a faceless shadow in the tunnels, whispering promises of wealth, but demanding blood in return. The town, desperate to stop the curse, started choosing one person every decade to offer to the mine, like a sacrifice to keep the entity quiet. "Clara was this time's choice," Tom said, his eyes darkening. "And you, by entering the mine, made yourself a target." Sarah backed away in horror. "Sacrifice? What are you talking about? This is the 21st century, not the Middle Ages." But Tom's look, a mix of fear and resignation, silenced her. She thought of Clara, her wild eyes and whispers about dreams. Clara knew, Sarah said, her voice shaking. She knew she was the target, right? Tom nodded. She has dreamed of it since she was a child. Everyone chosen does, but she did not want to accept it. She thought she could run. He paused and looked straight at Sarah. "You cannot run from it, Miss Jenkins. No one can." Sarah left Tom's office, her mind reeling. She could not accept that a whole town conspired in sacrificing their own. But what she saw in the mine, the red stone, the faceless shadow, the whispers, made her unable to deny something beyond her understanding. She decided to seek more clues, and the only place she could think of was the town church, an old building on the edge of Shadow Ridge, with a leaning steeple and shattered stained glass windows. The church was cold and dark, filled with the smell of mold and rotting wood. The wooden pews creaked under Sarah's steps, and faint light from the windows cast odd patterns on the walls, etched with strange symbols identical to those in the mine. She found a hidden spot behind the altar, with an old wooden chest locked by a rusted padlock. She used the pickaxe from the mine to break it, and inside she found a worn leather journal, the cover etched with Father Jeremiah, 1873. She opened it, her hands trembling, and began to read. The journal described the early days of the gold mine, when Father Jeremiah, a young priest, was called to Shadow Ridge to comfort panicked miners. He called the red stone the heart of an ancient entity awakened by human greed. He believed it powered the faceless shadow, and destroying the stone would end the curse. But the journal warned the entity would use every trick, hallucinations, fears, and temptations to protect the stone. One passage chilled Sarah. "It knows your name. It knows your fears. It will use your own mind against you." The journal told of a miner named Elias, leader of the mining crew. Elias became obsessed with the red stone, believing it brought endless wealth. But when his comrades tried to destroy it, Elias betrayed them, causing a cave-in that killed dozens. Elias was buried alive in the mine, and according to Father Jeremiah, his soul became part of the entity, forever bound to the stone. Sarah felt a strange sympathy for Elias, a man led by greed, but also a victim of the town's cruelty. She wondered if the anonymous letter came from someone who knew about Elias, or worse, if Elias himself was somehow reaching out to her. She tucked the journal into her bag, determined to return to the mine for Clara. But as she left the church, a figure stood in the doorway, blocking her path. It was Agnes, the innkeeper, her eyes sharp like knives. "You have gone too far, Miss Jenkins," Agnes said, her voice raspy. "You think you can destroy it, but you do not understand. It is part of us. It is Shadow Ridge." Sarah backed up, gripping the pickaxe. "What do you know about the red stone and about Clara?" Agnes smiled, a smile without joy. "Clara is the price to pay, and you will be soon too." She turned and vanished into the darkness before Sarah could ask more. Sarah stood there, her heart pounding, feeling like the town closed in on her like a trap. She recorded day 3, found Father Jeremiah's journal. "Agnes knows something. I must go back to the mine, even if it kills me." She returned to her room at the inn, her eyes fixed on the hill. She knew she could not stop now. Clara was still somewhere in the mine, and the red stone was the key to ending it all. But deep inside she felt a new fear, that the truth she sought might not just be about Shadow Ridge, but about herself. Sarah stood outside Agnes's inn, faint moonlight highlighting her face, bringing out fresh scratches on her arms from escaping the mine. Father Jeremiah's journal weighed heavy in her coat pocket, its yellowed pages telling of the red stone and faceless entity like a living warning. Agnes's words, "You will be soon too," echoed in her mind. But Sarah could not let fear stop her. Clara was still in the mine somewhere, and she knew if she did not act, the young woman would become the curse's next victim. She checked her bag. The journal, a silver cross from the church, a hammer from Agnes's shed, and her dimming flashlight. She recorded. Day 3, 11 at night. "I am going back to the mine. If I do not come out, this is the last evidence." The path up the hill was pitch black, guided only by the flickering flashlight. The wind was icy, carrying damp earth and something like the breath of death. Each of Sarah's steps felt heavier, as if the ground pulled her down. She thought of her mother, lost when she was young and recent. Strange dreams, images of her mother standing in shadows, waving for her. She shook her head to clear those thoughts. Not real, she told herself. But the voice in her head trembled. The mine entrance appeared, a black hole with broken boards from before, scattered on the ground. Sarah entered, the air freezing through her coat, making her shiver. The tunnel was the same, but now seemed more alive, with whispers echoing from afar like a choir of trapped souls. Her flashlight lit the symbols on the walls, circles and spirals, hands carved into stone, now glowing faintly as if breathing. She gripped the hammer, her heart pounding, and called, "Clara, where are you?" Her call echoed, but no answer came, only whispers growing louder. "Sarah, you belong to me." She stopped, her flashlight sweeping a dark corner where the faceless shadow appeared, tall and still, like a living statue. It had no eyes, but she felt it staring, burrowing into her mind, dragging out painful memories. She saw her mother in the tunnel, face pale, eyes empty. Sarah. Her mother's voice came soft but cold. "Why did you leave me?" Sarah shook her head, tears welling, but she knew it was an illusion. She shouted, "You are not real!" and pushed forward, ignoring the fading image. The tunnel narrowed, wet stone walls pressing her shoulders as if squeezing. She found an underground room with scattered old tools, an overturned cart, a rusted pickaxe, and rotten ropes. In the center, Clara lay motionless on the floor, hands and feet tied with rope, eyes wide and wild. "Clara." Sarah knelt, cutting the ropes with the hammer, but Clara did not react, only whispering, "You should not have come back. It will not let you go." Sarah pulled Clara up, checking for injuries. "We have to get out," she said, her voice urgent. But before they could move, The entity appeared, filling the room with darkness. It was taller than before, long arms reaching like they would crush them. Its voice came, not from a mouth since it had none, but from the air around. You want the truth is death. Sarah raised the silver cross and read aloud incantations from Father Jeremiah's journal, Latin words she memorized. We exorcise you, every unclean spirit. Her voice shook, but she did not stop. The entity howled, a piercing sound shaking the walls, dust and rocks falling from the ceiling. Clara clung to Sarah, sobbing. "It will kill us," she cried. But Sarah ignored her, focusing on the incantation. She approached the stone altar in the corner, where the red stone still glowed, pulsing like a giant beast's heart. She saw Elias, the miner from the journal, standing by the altar, face twisted in pain. "Destroy it," he whispered, his voice weak as if fighting the entity controlling him. "Destroy it, or you will become like me." Sarah tightened her grip on the hammer, her heart pounding so hard she thought it might burst. She raised the hammer, but the entity lunged, darkness enveloping her like a wave. She felt invisible pressure on her chest, as if it drained her life. Hallucinations assaulted her, images of her mother colleagues in New York and herself in the mine, blood from her eyes. Sarah bit down, fighting the fear, and swung the hammer onto the red stone. A boom echoed with a blinding flash. The entity screamed, darkness dissolving like mist, but the mine shook violently. Rocks fell from the ceiling, blocking paths. Sarah dragged Clara, who was nearly unconscious, mumbling nonsense. They dashed through tunnels, dodging falling stones, the entity's roar echoing behind like it was being torn apart. They escaped as the mine fully collapsed, a cloud of dust and rock exploding. Sarah fell to the ground, coughing, Clara beside her gasping. She looked back at the ruined entrance, but unease lingered. She recorded, "The stone is destroyed, Clara is safe, but I am not sure it is over." Clara took her hand, voice weak. "You do not understand. It never dies," as they returned to town. Dawn rose instead of victory. Sarah felt new fear. She saw Tom and some locals at the town's edge, their eyes cold like judging her. She realized destroying the stone not only freed Clara, but broke a pact the town held for centuries. She wondered, what is the cost of this? Gray dawn, light-covered Shadow Ridge, making the old wooden houses look like faint ghosts. Sarah and Clara staggered back, clothes torn and dust-covered from the cave. Sarah held Clara close, the young woman still shaking, muttering nonsense about shadows in whispers. Sarah felt her body heavy, not just from exhaustion, but from a new fear. The red stone was destroyed, but Clara's words, "It never dies," made her doubt if the curse truly ended. She looked back at the hill, the mine entrance now rubble, and felt a chill down her spine, as if something still watched. They stopped at Sheriff Tom Harlan's office. Tom stood in the doorway, his eyes cold but tense. Beside him were locals, the man in the worn leather jacket from the diner, an old woman with a hooded shawl, and a young man with wild eyes. They stared at Sarah and Clara like judging, saying nothing. "What have you done, Miss Jenkins?" Tom asked, his voice low but sharp like a knife. "You think destroying the mine fixes everything?" Sarah squeezed Clara's hand, trying to keep her voice steady. "I saved Clara, and I destroyed the red stone. If you knew about it, why do nothing? Why let your people die?" Tom stepped forward, his shadow blocking the weak morning light. "You do not understand. That stone was not just an object. It was the pact. This town exists because of that pact. Without it, we do not know what will happen." Clara suddenly screamed, her voice breaking. "It is still here. I feel it. It is not dead." She clutched her head and fell to the ground, eyes wide in horror. Sarah knelt to comfort her, but the locals' stares made her shiver. They did not move or speak, but their silence was heavy, as if waiting for something terrible. Sarah took Clara to Agnes's inn, hoping she could rest. But as they entered, Agnes stood at the desk, her eyes sharp as before. "You destroyed the mine?" the old woman said, her voice raspy, not a question. "You think you are a hero, but you made things worse." Sarah started to reply, but Agnes turned and disappeared into the dark hallway. She felt a chill. Agnes knew too much, and she hid something in her room. Sarah laid Clara on the bed, covering her with a blanket. Clara grabbed her hand and whispered, "Do not trust them. Agnes, she is not normal. I see her in dreams, standing by the red stone, talking to it." Sarah nodded, but her mind spun. She pulled out Father Jeremiah's journal and flipped to the end. A note stopped her. "The stone is not unique. There are other fragments hidden in the town, protected by those sworn to the entity." She thought of Agnes, her darting eyes and cryptic words. Was Agnes one of them? Sarah decided to search the inn for clues, while Clara slept uneasily. She sneaked downstairs to the small room behind the desk where Agnes worked. The room was messy, full of old wooden boxes and dusty papers. She found a worn leather notebook, the cover etched with a symbol like those in the mine, a circle with spirals. Inside, pages filled with Agnes's scrawled notes in black and red ink, mixed with strange drawings of the red stone and faceless shadow. One line chilled Sarah. "My family has kept the pact for 3 centuries. The stone is the blood of Shadow Ridge. Destroying it destroys us." She read on, her heart racing. The notebook revealed Agnes descended from one of the first miners, a man named Josiah, close friend to Elias. After the cave-in that killed Elias and others, Josiah made the pact with the entity to protect the town in exchange for regular sacrifices. Agnes's family, through generations, became keepers of the stone, ensuring it never fully destroyed. But the notebook mentioned other fragments, pieces of the red stone hidden elsewhere in town to maintain the entity's power. Sarah recorded, "Agnes is part of the curse. There are other stones. I must find them." She left the room, but in the hallway she heard footsteps behind. She turned, but no one was there, only the flickering fluorescent light casting twisted shadows. A paper slid under the door, familiar handwriting. "You cannot stop it." Sarah picked it up, her hands shaking. She knew she was watched, not just by Agnes, but by something larger, invisible, lurking in every dark corner of the town. She returned to her room and checked on Clara. The young woman slept, but her face twisted as if in a nightmare. Sarah sat at the table, opening Father Jeremiah's journal and Agnes's notebook, comparing symbols. She noticed a detail. A drawing in Agnes's notebook pointed to a spot in town, an old warehouse on the edge of Shadow Ridge, once used for storing gold. Perhaps a fragment of the red stone hid there. She decided to go to the warehouse tomorrow. But first, she needed rest. She lay on the bed, but sleep did not come. Instead, dreams flooded in dark tunnels, whispers, and the faceless shadow, now clearer, reaching for her, calling her name. The next morning, Sarah woke sweating. Clara was gone from the room. She panicked, ran downstairs calling her name, but Agnes just stood at the desk, eyes cold. "She left," Agnes said, voice flat. "You should do the same, Miss Jenkins, before it is too late." Sarah did not believe Agnes. She ran to the diner, but no one had seen Clara. She went to Tom's office, but he only shook his head. She might have run away, he said, but his eyes avoided hers, as if hiding something. Sarah's suspicion grew. She returned to the inn, searched her bag, and found another paper, this time in her coat pocket. "The warehouse tonight." The handwriting matched the previous notes, but this time it was not a warning. It was an invitation. She decided to go to the warehouse, knowing it might be a trap. She took the silver cross, hammer, and journal, ready for whatever waited. As she left the inn, night had fallen, and the town sank into eerie quiet. She walked empty streets, feeling like the whole town's eyes followed. The warehouse loomed on the edge, a large, rotting wooden building with broken windows and a rusty smell drifting out. She pushed the door, her flashlight piercing the dark. Inside, old wooden crates scattered, and in a far corner she saw a small wooden box etched with symbols. She approached, heart pounding, and opened it. Inside was a fragment of the red stone, smaller than the mines, but glowing, pulsing like a heartbeat when she touched it. Whispers flooded in, stronger than ever. "You belong to me!" She jerked her hand back, but the faceless shadow appeared behind her, tall and terrifying. She raised the cross, but it did not howl like before. Instead, it whispered, voice soft but cold, "You cannot destroy all of them. We are one." Sarah backed away, but the room seemed to shrink around her, walls shaking as if alive. She recorded, voice panicked warehouse. Day 4, another stone fragment. The entity is still here. I do not know if I can stop it. She pocketed the fragment, deciding to take it to the church for a destruction ritual like Father Jeremiah described. But as she left the warehouse, she heard footsteps, not one, but many, approaching in the dark. Sarah stood before the old warehouse, the red stone fragment heavy in her coat pocket, emitting a faint glow through the fabric. Footsteps from the darkness came steady and slow, as if someone or something meant to build tension. She gripped the hammer tight, her flashlight sweeping the night, but seeing only dry bushes swaying in the wind. Shadow Ridge sank into frightening silence, but she knew she was not alone. The mind's whispers echoed in her head, clearer now. "You belong to me." She recorded, voice shaking. Day 4, warehouse. "I found another red stone fragment. Someone is following me. Not sure if Agnes or something else." She turned her flashlight, lighting the face of the man in the worn leather jacket, the one from the diner. He stood a few feet away, deep-set eyes unblinking, as if seeing through her. "Miss Jenkins," he said, voice raspy, "you should not keep that." He pointed to her pocket, where the fragment glowed faintly. "Give it to me, and you can leave." Sarah backed up, hand tight on the hammer. "Who are you, and how do you know about the stone?" The man stepped forward, boots crunching gravel. "I am Elias, the librarian. I know everything about Shadow Ridge, and I know you are causing trouble for all of us." His voice held strange desperation, mixed fear and anger. "The stone does not belong to you. It belongs to the town." Sarah felt a chill. "You are part of the pact, right? Like Agnes? Like Tom?" She thought of Agnes's notebook, her family, and the pact with the entity. How many in this town know? How many let people like Clara die? Elias did not answer at once, his eyes shifting. "You do not understand," he said finally. "If we do not keep the pact, it takes everything. Not just Clara, not just you, all of us." He came closer, hand out. "Give me the stone." "I do not want to hurt you." Sarah shook her head, backing until her back hit the warehouse's rotting wood wall. "Number, I will destroy it, like I did the stone in the mine." She raised the hammer, ready to strike, but Elias stopped, eyes darkening. "You will regret this," he said, then turned and vanished into the dark so fast. She wondered if he was real. She ran back to the inn, heart racing. Clara had not returned, and Agnes was not at the desk. Her room felt cold, moonlight slipping through curtain gaps, lighting the red stone fragment on the table. It pulsed like breathing, and each glow brought invisible pressure to her chest. She opened Father Jeremiah's journal, searching for clues on destroying remaining fragments. A note stopped her. "The entity lives not only in stone, it lives in people's hearts. Each fragment is a piece of greed, and only when greed is forsaken does the curse end." She thought of Elias the miner, who betrayed his comrades for gold, and wondered if the curse stemmed from humans themselves. She decided to learn more about Shadow Ridge's history, hoping for clues on other fragments. She returned to the library where Elias worked, knowing he might be dangerous. The library was empty, smelling of old paper, with faint light from a desk lamp. She flipped through History of Shadow Ridge again, finding a chapter partly torn but readable about a group of miners in 1870. They discovered 3 red stones in the mine, but only one kept there. The other 2 hidden in sacred places in town to protect them from destruction. A handwritten note in the margin, in Elias's script, said, "Church and Cemetery, Sarawak recorded." Day 5. Library. There are 3 red stones, 1 destroyed, 1 from warehouse. The last might be in the church or cemetery. Elias knows, but he is not trustworthy. She left the library, but stepping out, heard footsteps behind. She turned, seeing no one, only a paper sliding under the library door. Cemetery tonight. The handwriting matched previous notes, and she felt new fear. Was this an invitation or a trap? She returned to the inn, checking for Clara, but the room was empty. She called Tom, but no answer. She suspected the whole town conspired against her. She took the fragment from the table, pocketed it, and prepared for the cemetery. But before leaving, she checked Agnes's notebook again, finding another drawing, a grave in the cemetery etched with the red stone symbol. She recorded. Agnes knows about the stones. Maybe she is leading me to the cemetery. But why? The Shadow Ridge Cemetery lay on the town's edge, surrounded by withered pines and large rocks. When Sarah arrived, it was pitch dark, moonlight on moss-covered headstones. She walked rows of graves, flashlight sweeping faded names. In a far corner, she found an old grave etched with the symbol from Agnes's notebook. She swung the hammer at the headstone, and beneath found a small rusted iron box. Inside was the 3rd red stone fragment, smaller but glowing, pulsing like a heartbeat. When she touched it, whispers hit hard. "You cannot destroy me," she jerked back, but the faceless shadow appeared among graves, tall and terrifying. It did not move, but its voice rang in her head. "You want the truth?" "The truth is you are greedy too, like Elias, like all of them." Sarah felt her mind invaded. Images of her New York life, articles, awards, ambitions, twisted into nightmares. She saw herself in the mine, blood from hands, the faceless shadow smiling without a mouth. She raised the cross, reciting the journal's incantation, but the entity laughed, a cold sound like night wind. "You think words can stop me," it whispered. "I am part of you." Sarah backed away, but the cemetery seemed to shrink, graves shaking as if the ground woke. She pocketed the fragment and ran toward the church, hoping to destroy it. But leaving the cemetery, she heard many footsteps approaching in the dark. Sarah ran through Shadow Ridge's dark streets, the final red stone fragment heavy in her coat pocket, glowing red like blood. The followers' footsteps echoed steady and frightening, like an invisible crowd tightening the noose. She gripped the silver cross and hammer, heart pounding so hard she thought it might burst. The town church appeared ahead, its leaning steeple a ghostly shape under moonlight. She knew this was her last chance to destroy the curse, but the faceless entity's whispers lingered. "You cannot destroy me. I am part of you." She pushed the church door, wood creaking in the still space. Inside, air was freezing, filled with mold and rotting wood. Shattered, stained glass windows let moonlight in, creating bizarre light and shadow patterns on stone floor. Sarah placed the red fragment on the altar, opened Father Jeremiah's journal, and turned to the destruction ritual page. The Latin words trembled under flashlight. "Through the Holy Cross, deliver us from evil," she began reading, voice small but determined, even as fear ate at her. Suddenly, the church door swung open, and Agnes entered, eyes sharp like knives. Behind her were Tom, Elias, and other locals' faces twisted in dim light, as if controlled by something non-human. "Miss Jenkins," Agnes said, voice raspy, "you cannot destroy it. The stone is our blood. It is Shadow Ridge." Sarah backed up, raising the cross. "How many have you sacrificed, Agnes? Where is Clara? What do you know about her?" Agnes smiled without joy. "Clara is where she belongs, and you will be soon." She advanced, gripping an old dagger, blade gleaming in moonlight. Tom and Elias stood still, eyes blank like puppets. Sarah realized the entity lived not just in stone. It infused the town's minds, turning them into curse guardians. She continued the incantation, voice louder despite pounding heart. "We exorcise you, every unclean spirit." The church shook, dust falling from ceiling, the red fragment on the altar vibrating, emitting blinding light. Agnes lunged, dagger swinging, but Sarah dodged, her hammer striking Agnes's shoulder. Agnes fell but laughed, blood from the wound. "You cannot win," she whispered. "It is eternal." The faceless entity appeared, filling the church with darkness, taller than ever, long arms reaching to crush. Its voice came from her mind. "You want the truth. The truth is greed. You are greedy too, Sarah Jenkins. Greedy for truth, for fame." She saw images from her life. New York articles, sleepless nights chasing stories, risking everything for goals. The entity used her fears and ambitions against her. She gritted her teeth, fighting hallucinations, and kept reading. By the power of the cross, expel the darkness. The red fragment shook harder, light so bright she squinted. The entity howled, piercing sound shattering remaining glass windows, shards falling like rain. Sarah saw Elias the miner, by the altar, face pained. "Destroy it," he whispered weakly. "Let me be free." Sarah raised the hammer and smashed the red fragment with all strength. A boom rang with red flash, entity screaming, darkness dissolving like mist. The church shook violently, stone ceiling cracking. Sarah ran out, dodging falling rocks but turning back. Agnes, Tom, and others stood there, eyes empty as if souls drained. She shouted, "Run!" But they did not move. The church collapsed, burying them in rubble. Sarah fell outside, coughing, blood from a glass cut on her arm. She looked at the ruined church, heart racing, but whispers stopped. She recorded, voice trembling. Day 5, church last fragment destroyed. The entity, I think it is gone, but the cost. She did not finish, tears streaming down her face. She returned to the inn, hoping for Clara, but the room empty. She called Clara, and surprisingly, the young woman answered, voice weak but clear. "Sarah, I am in another town. I do not know how I got here." Clara said she woke in a small hotel miles from Shadow Ridge. Remembering nothing of leaving, Sarah sighed in relief, but part of her doubted, had the entity truly released Clara? Sarah left Shadow Ridge the next morning, driving back to New York with Father Jeremiah's journal and anonymous notes. She wrote an article on the town, the curse, what she witnessed, but her newsroom refused publication, calling it fanciful. Editor Robert Harlan looked worried. "Sarah, you need rest. This, it is not like you." But Sarah could not rest. Each night, she dreamed of the gold mine, the faceless shadow, hearing whispers, "You belong to meet." One night, she woke in her New York apartment, sweating. She looked in the bathroom mirror, and on the glass, a strange symbol appeared, like those in the mine, a circle with spirals. She touched it, and the glass vibrated slightly, as if something tried to break through. She grabbed Father Jeremiah's journal, flipped to the last page, and read the final line. The faceless one never dies, it only waits. She called Clara, now in a small city in Idaho. Clara said she was fine, but her voice shook. "Sarah, sometimes I still dream of it. It knows my name." Sarah felt deeper new fear. She looked out the window at New York's bright lights, but they could not banish the darkness in her mind. She wondered, Was the entity truly destroyed, or just sleeping, waiting for another chance? And if it returned, would she have strength to face it again? She locked the journal in a safe, but each night she felt a presence in the apartment. A paper appeared on the kitchen table. Familiar handwriting. The truth is, the price. Sarah stopped recording. She knew the truth she sought had its cost, and she was not sure how much more she could pay. Cheddar Ridge had become part of her, and no matter how far she ran, the curse waited. The heartbeat in the wall. Last fall, I left behind the fragments of my life in a small Ohio town and moved to Chicago, seeking a clean slate after a divorce that had stripped me of my confidence. The job as property manager for the old apartment building on Maple Street appeared like a beacon, a chance to rebuild by handling the everyday chaos of others' lives. The building was a 5-story time capsule from the 1920s with 20 apartments that boasted polished hardwood floors, towering ceilings, and walls thick enough to keep secrets. It had that vintage allure, the kind that made you feel connected to history. But it also came with the burdens of age, creaking joints in the structure, lights that flickered mysteriously, and a sealed fireplace in the main lobby that no one seemed to remember the reason for closing. The owner mentioned it in passing during my interview, saying it had been boarded up for as long as he could recall, perhaps due to a fire hazard or structural concern. I didn't dwell on it then, too focused on the promise of stability. Little did I know that sealed spot would become the focal point of a nightmare, where the supernatural intertwined with the fractures in my own psyche, pushing me to the brink of what I could endure. My initial weeks were a whirlwind of adjustment. My apartment on the ground floor was modest, with a small living area, a kitchenette, and a bedroom that overlooked the street. I unpacked slowly, placing books on shelves, hanging clothes in the closet, and tucking away souvenirs from my marriage, like a faded photo album that I flipped through in moments of weakness. The job demanded constant attention, collecting rent checks, addressing complaints about noisy upstairs neighbors or stuck windows, and ensuring the common areas stayed clean. The tenants became my extended family, each with their own stories that helped me forget my own. Mrs. Lynn in 3B was a gentle widow in her 60s, a former librarian who spent her days reading and tending to potted plants on her balcony. She had a calming presence, but her eyes held a depth, as if she'd seen more of life's mysteries than she let on. Mr. Kowalski on the 3rd floor was a retired construction worker, stocky and direct, with a hobby of restoring vintage cars in the parking lot. Ethan in 4C was a reclusive novelist in his 30s, rarely seen without his notebook, his apartment filled with stacks of manuscripts. Sarah in 2A was a vibrant 20-something graphic designer, always smiling and sharing coffee from her shifts at a local cafe. Mr. Thompson in 5C was the building's patriarch, an 80-year-old veteran whose tales of the Korean War were both inspiring and haunting. Interacting with them gave me purpose, a sense of community I had lost in my marriage, but beneath the surface, self-doubt simmered. The divorce had made me question my ability to maintain relationships or responsibilities. Every time I fixed a problem, it was a small win, but the fear of failure lingered, whispering that I was one mistake away from everything falling apart. The disturbance began in the 3rd week of October, as the Chicago wind carried the chill of approaching winter. The building's minor annoyances had become familiar. The occasional groan of settling beams, or the hum of the elevator. I thought nothing of them until Mrs. Lynn stopped me in the hallway one afternoon, her face lined with worry. She spoke of a peculiar sound from the wall adjoining the sealed fireplace downstairs, a steady thumping that evoked the image of a heartbeat. "It's not like pipes or the furnace," she explained, her voice soft but insistent. "It's deeper, more human." I promised to look into it, attributing it to the heating system ramping up, but her description stuck with me, stirring an irrational unease. That evening, as I reviewed maintenance logs in my apartment, I found myself pausing, Listening to the silence, my mind drifted to the sealed fireplace, imagining what might be behind it, a blocked chimney or something more ominous. The thought made me uncomfortable, echoing the way I had ignored warning signs in my marriage, small cracks that grew into chasms. I shook it off, telling myself I was projecting my personal turmoil onto the building. Sleep that night was restless, my dreams filled with muffled drumming that left me waking with a racing heart. The following night, curiosity drove me to the lobby after the tenants had retired. The room was dimly lit by a single bulb, casting long shadows on the walls. I stood there, hand pressed to the plastered-over fireplace, and waited. At first, nothing. Then the thump started, low and rhythmic, vibrating through the wall into my fingers. It was exactly as Mrs. Lynn described, a pulse like a heart beating within the structure. My breath caught, and a chill spread from my spine. It wasn't the mechanical rattle of machinery or the rush of water in pipes. It felt biological, alive, as if the building possessed a vital force hidden in its core. The sound seemed to sense my presence, the beats quickening slightly as if excited by my attention. Panic surged, my mind racing with questions. Was this real, or a hallucination born from stress? The divorce had left me with insomnia and anxiety, moments where reality blurred. I leaned in closer, ear to the wall, and the thump filled my head, steady and unyielding. It felt like an entity observing me, perhaps even judging my worth as the building's caretaker. I stepped back, heart pounding in sync for a moment, then breaking away in discord. Rushing to my apartment, the sound faded, but its memory lingered, blending with memories of my ex-wife's heartbeat against my chest in better days. Was the building mimicking life, or was I losing touch with what was real? The psychological weight pressed on me, making me doubt my perceptions, fearing that my mental fragility was the true horror. Determined to find a rational explanation, I ventured to the basement the next morning. The stairs descended into a dim, musty space, the air thick with the scent of damp concrete and old metal. The boiler sat in the corner, humming quietly, pipes branching out like arteries along the ceiling. I inspected everything, checking for loose fittings or unusual vibrations. Nothing matched the thump I'd heard. I tapped the walls with a hammer, listening for echoes or hollow spaces that could amplify sound. Only silence answered, as if the building was withholding its secrets. Frustration built, mixed with a growing sense of dread. If it wasn't mechanical, what then? A prank by a tenant, or something otherworldly, a remnant from the building's long history. As I ascended the stairs, the thump resumed in the lobby, slightly louder, as if mocking my efforts. My mind spun with paranoia. Was the building testing me, revealing my inadequacies? The sound now felt personal, a reflection of my internal chaos, the heartbeat of my own regrets pulsing through the walls. Mr. Kowalski's report came soon after, describing the same phenomenon from his apartment wall, positioned directly above the lobby's fireplace. I visited him, and the thump was there, clearer and more pronounced, filling the room with its presence. It pulsed through the plaster, making the air vibrate. I knocked and probed, but discovered no cause. The sound persisted, relentless, as if alive and determined to be heard. Mr. Kowalski looked at me with a mix of expectation and sympathy. "It's burrowing into my thoughts," he admitted. His words mirrored my experience, the heartbeat invading not just the space but the mind. As I left, I felt the weight of responsibility, my role as manager now encompassing this inexplicable threat. Internally, the psychological strain intensified. The divorce had taught me how isolation could amplify fears, and here it was happening again. The sound, a constant companion, that made me question if I was the only one truly hearing it as a call for help or a warning. As the days passed, the heartbeat became a shared affliction. Sarah confided over a hallway conversation, her usual energy dimmed, that it kept her awake, whispering fragments of words she couldn't quite grasp. Mr. Thompson, during a chat in the lobby, likened it to the distant boom of artillery, a sound that stirred old traumas. Ethan was the most visibly affected, his writing stalled, his eyes hollow. It's narrating my life from inside the wall, he said, his voice laced with fear. The tenants began to bond over it, gathering in small groups to discuss their conversations, a mix of speculation and apprehension. I organized an informal meeting in the lobby to address it, hoping to calm nerves with promises of action. But during the gathering, the sound vanished, leaving only awkward silence. Some tenants exchanged glances, wondering if it was all in our heads. I felt exposed, my authority undermined. The supernatural aspect felt undeniable, the heartbeat too coordinated to be coincidence. Yet the psychological impact was profound, fostering paranoia. I began to wonder if the building was feeding on our fears, or if my own mental state was contaminating the group, turning a simple anomaly into a collective delusion by the week's end. The heartbeat was embedded in our daily lives, a background rhythm that colored everything. I found myself pausing during tasks, listening for it, my thoughts a tangle of rationalizations and terrors. Dreams became vivid, the thump accompanying visions of the walls cracking open, revealing darkness. Waking, I questioned my sanity, the divorce's legacy of self-doubt making me see threats where none existed. The supernatural element grew, the sound evolving from simple beats to something with intent, as if the building was awakening. I took action on Monday, contacting a contractor and framing the issue as a potential structural problem, perhaps echoes from the old chimney. He arrived on Tuesday afternoon, a no-nonsense man with a toolbox and digital meters for sound and temperature. He inspected the basement, traced pipes, and tapped walls with methodical precision. For the entire time, the building remained silent, no thump, no vibration. It was as if the structure was aware, concealing its secret from outsiders. Everything looks fine, he concluded, suggesting acoustic illusions or collective stress. I tried to convince him, describing the sound in detail, but he dismissed it with a shrug. As his truck drove away, the heartbeat surged back, stronger, shaking the floor slightly. The mockery stung, deepening my isolation. The tenants looked to me for solutions, but I had none, my confidence eroding. That night, I sat in the lobby, the sound enveloping me, my mind fracturing under the strain. Was the building intelligent, choosing when to reveal itself? The psychological toll was immense, blending with memories of my marriage's collapse, where I'd been blind to the end. Wednesday introduced a new layer of horror, the ash. It appeared overnight, a fine black powder that settled on windowsills, furniture, and floors with a subtle metallic odor that lingered in the nose. Tenants reported it in their apartments, gathering in corners like dark snow, reappearing after wiping. It wasn't ordinary dust, its texture silky, almost alive, clinging to skin and clothes. In the lobby, it radiated from the sealed fireplace, spreading outward as if exhaled from within. I swept it myself, but within hours, it returned, mocking my efforts. The taste invaded my mouth, a persistent bitterness that no amount of water could wash away. I began to wonder if it was poisoning me, or if the sensation was psychosomatic, a manifestation of my growing dread. Hiring a professional cleaning service proved futile. The crew worked diligently, but the ash regenerated faster than they could remove it. One worker, a middle-aged woman with a nervous twitch, pulled me aside. "This stuff ain't right. It's like the building is shedding its skin," she said, her voice low. Her words sent a shiver through me, amplifying the supernatural aura. The ash seemed to respond to emotions, appearing more when I was anxious, as if the building fed on my mental state. Dreams that night were filled with clouds of black powder, suffocating me, symbolizing the burial of my past and the emergence of new terrors. The taste of the ash became a constant, coating my tongue, making every meal tasteless. I scrubbed my teeth repeatedly, but it persisted, a reminder that the horror was internal as much as external. I started avoiding mirrors, fearing I'd see the blackness in my eyes. The psychological interplay was cruel, the ash a tangible symbol of decay, mirroring my self-perception after the divorce, where I felt like I was falling apart from the inside. Thursday brought the stranger, a figure I'd noticed lingering outside the building on previous nights, clad in a ragged wool coat, his hands stained dark, his gaze piercing through the windows. I had assumed he was a vagrant, but this time he was inside the lobby, standing motionless under the chandelier, staring at the ceiling as if deciphering invisible script. The ash swirled around his feet, caught in an unseen current, as if attracted to him. He didn't acknowledge me at first, but then his voice cut through the air, deep and resonant, merging biking with the heartbeat from the wall. "It's getting worse," he stated matter-of-factly. I demanded to know who he was and what he meant, my voice sharper than intended, betraying my fear. "The seal is weakening," he continued, still not looking at me. "It won't be long now, whether you permit it or not." His words hung heavy-laden with implication. "Seal? What seal?" He spoke of completing what was started, of allowing them to breathe once more. The word "them" sent a jolt of terror through me, implying multiplicity, entities trapped and yearning. Were they spirits, victims of some past tragedy? His eyes finally met mine, filled with a sorrowful pity, as if he pitied my ignorance of the impending doom. I pressed for more, but he turned toward the staircase, his steps slow and deliberate, echoing unnaturally. I followed, heart racing, bounding up the stairs, but upon reaching the 4th floor, the hallway was vacant. No trace of him, but from behind Ethan's door came an evolution of the sound, not just the thump, but faint scratching, like nails on brick, and whispers that could be wind or voices. I pressed my ear to the wood, the murmurs urgent, desperate, calling for release. The supernatural presence was palpable, the stranger perhaps a messenger from beyond, but the psychological effect was devastating, making me question if he was a figment of my unraveling mind, a projection of my guilt and loneliness. That night, the building exhaled a spectral smoke, not visible but felt, a dense haze that weighted the air, carrying the aroma of ancient burns and suppressed memories. It seeped into my apartment, making breathing labored, the heartbeat amplifying to rattle windows. Sleep was fragmented, dreams of standing before the fireplace, flames roaring, voices pleading from the darkness. I woke repeatedly, sweating, the ash thicker on my skin. At 3 a.m., Mrs. Lynn knocked, her face ashen, speaking of the powder reforming in patterns, the sound louder, more insistent. Mr. Kowalski called shortly after, reporting the same, his voice edged with panic. Ethan texted, saying the whispers were clearer, naming him. The tenants were united in their terror, the building slowly suffocating us from within. "You have to stop it," they implored. I assured them I would, but doubt crippled me. What power did I have against this? The supernatural escalation, the smoke and ash, fused with my mental fragility, creating a vortex of horror where reality and illusion merged. Friday morning, I armed myself with a crowbar from the tool closet, my hands shaking as I climbed to the 4th floor. Ethan was out, his apartment quiet except for the symphony behind the wall. I entered using the master key, standing before the sealed spot in his living room. The sounds had intensified, a chorus of thumps, scratches, and whispers that begged for freedom. The crowbar weighed heavy, symbolizing the choice, release, or containment. The heartbeats sync with mine, the whispers clearer, their desperation mirroring my own trapped emotions. The stranger's words echoed, the ash falling from the ceiling like ominous confetti. I hesitated, mind flooding with visions of the past afire, screams the seal placed to bury the horror, but the alternative was madness, the building consuming us. With a deep breath I swung, the plaster cracking, darkness emerging like a breath. A sound rose, of liberation or insatiable hunger. In that instant, ash, coating my arms, the taste filling my mouth with meaning. I knew some truths are answered by enduring their aftermath. The building persists, the heartbeat a perpetual echo. I awaken each day to its rhythm, the consequences shaping my existence. Was it the right choice? It depends on one's view of seals and the necessity of burial. The stranger never reappeared. His role was complete. Then I researched the building's history at the local library. Old newspapers mentioned a fire in the 1920s, a family trapped, their bodies never found. Was that them? The heartbeat seemed to respond to my discovery, growing stronger when I returned. I confronted Ethan about his apartment. He admitted hearing voices, writing stories based on them. His manuscripts filled with horror that mirrored our reality. The ash began to form patterns, subtle shapes like faces or hands, dissolving when looked at directly, playing with my perception. The stranger's coat smelled of smoke, his fingers black with soot, as if he'd crawled from the wall himself in the dreams. I saw the fire, the family screaming as the fireplace was sealed, their hearts beating in unison, waiting for release. But some breaking the wall, I called a priest, but he laughed it off, leaving me alone with the decision. After breaking, the ash stopped, but the heartbeat remained, now in my chest, a part of me. The terra deck in the old house. The 4th of October, I arrived later than planned. The train to the small town was delayed by almost 2 hours because of thick fog on the tracks. The entire car had only me as the last passenger. The conductor looked at me with a strange pity when I mentioned the address I was heading to. He nodded very slightly and then turned away without a word. The person picking me up was Mrs. Eleanor, the landlady I had contacted earlier. She was short, with a slightly hunched posture, wrapped in a brown-gray cloak that looked like something from old Victorian paintings. When I shook her hand, her palm felt ice-cold like well water. She did not ask much or make small talk. She said only one thing when handing me the keys: "Do not touch the thing on the table." I thought she meant the tarot deck. It made sense. The house was old-fashioned, the owner eccentric. Tarot on the table. Nothing surprising there. I nodded, though I had no intention of touching it. I do not believe in superstitions, and I am not the type to get easily obsessed. The house stood alone on the edge of Willowbrook Village, built from gray stone, low and covered in moss. The wooden door creaked when it opened. Inside there was a cold, damp smell, very old but not unpleasant. I liked the quiet here. It was completely different from the city, where there was always the sound of car horns, people talking, footsteps on the ceiling above. I chose the small room upstairs overlooking the foggy fields. It was just what I needed, peaceful, isolated, perfect for finishing my unfinished thesis manuscript. The 5th of October, I slept deeply like I never had before. The house was completely silent. No machine noises, no animals, not even wind. It was quiet enough that I could hear my own heartbeat when I turned over. In the morning, I went down to the kitchen to make tea. As I passed the living room with the work table, I stopped short. On the table, the deck was open. The velvet-wrapped box sat askew, lid half open. 3 cards lay neatly in the middle, face down. I was sure I had not touched it. Last night I slept through, never left the room. The door was locked, curtains drawn tight. I stepped closer and cautiously flipped the 3 cards. The Tower, the Hermit, the Moon. I did not know much about them. I had read a bit about tarot once, but the meanings were fuzzy. I just knew the Tower often meant bad omens, sudden collapse, breakdown. The Hermit was solitude. The moon seemed like illusions, dreams, or something hidden. Even though I am not superstitious, I felt a bit uneasy. It was like someone had been here, like someone had sat right where I stood, placing each card down. I quietly put the cards back in the box, closed the lid, said nothing more. The 6th of October, the cards appeared again. This morning, I woke with a strange feeling, like someone was watching me from somewhere in the house. When I went downstairs, I saw the desk lamp in the living room was on. On the table, 3 cards lay ready, not the ones from yesterday, new ones. The Fool Wheel of Fortune, the Lovers reversed. I stood frozen. I swear I had put the deck in a drawer, even stacked books on top. I was sure no one entered the house, the door still locked. I was the only one with keys. I pulled out my phone. The Wi-Fi here was weak, so I had to stand by the door to connect. The Fool meant beginnings, innocence, a new journey. Wheel of Fortune meant fate, changes. The Lovers reversed meant cracks, separation, wrong choices. A moment later, I got a message from my ex-boyfriend who had ghosted me over a year ago. The message was just one line. Are you still in the old place? I had never told him I moved here. I had even deleted his contact long ago. I did not reply. I set the phone down and felt a chill run down my spine. The 7th of October, I decided to get rid of the deck. I did not want to see it anymore. I carefully gathered it, put it in the box, sealed it with tape, and placed it on the highest shelf in the kitchen cabinet, where I had to stand on a chair to reach. I even stacked books on top to make sure no one could open it, but this morning, the work table had 3 cards lying neatly in the middle again. Death, Justice, the High Priestess. I did not know how to react anymore. I had not opened the box. I had not touched it. But the 3 cards were here. I grabbed a chair, climbed up to check the shelf. The box was still there, tape intact, books still on top. So where did these 3 cards come from? I checked myself in the mirror near the front door before walking to the market. When I turned my head, the reflection lagged half a beat. It watched me. It waited for me to turn back. I looked away immediately. The 8th of October, I think I should leave. Last night, I dreamed. Or I think it was a dream, but it might not have been. Everything blurred between awake and asleep, as if the house was trying to twist every moment of awareness. I dreamed I stood in the kitchen, light from the ceiling fixture flickering like candle flames. Outside the window was a dark field, and in that darkness, something stared back at me. A shadow, formless, just 2 glowing spots. Not human eyes, but something older, like the phosphorescence of wet moss in a cave. It stood still, but I knew it would approach. Slowly, deliberately, I jolted awake at 3:12 in the morning. The clock burned into my eyes. In the dark, I sat up and waited. I did not know for what, but my heart pounded loud like knocking. I went downstairs. I do not know why. I just felt I had to. And like a repeating ritual, the deck was spread out, 3 cards, neatly placed. No other sounds in the house except the ticking clock, slow as if dragged by the gravity of something present. I sat down. My hands were cold. I do not remember turning on the light, but the room was lit just enough to see clearly. 10 of Swords, the Chariot reversed, Queen of Cups. I am not a tarot expert, but I know enough to see 10 of Swords as a bad sign. The end of pain, betrayal, collapse, a bitter ending. Someone had written on a page I once checked, the Chariot reversed meant failure, loss of direction. Only Queen of Cups was gentle, intuition, emotion. But between those two, it was no longer comforting. I sat there staring at the 3 cards until the sun began to rise. The early light filtered through the window, lifting the heaviness like a thick curtain being drawn back. I walked around the house. I tried to search for any clue about why the deck kept appearing on its own. I checked windows, the front door, all still locked. The deck box, tape still on, but empty. I texted an old classmate, Lisa, who once joked about reading cards. I never believed her, but now I needed some explanation. Lisa replied, "Those are heavy cards, be careful." I did not tell Lisa I had drawn those same 2 cards on the first day the deck appeared by itself. I tried normal tasks, washing dishes, doing laundry, making the bed. but this house made every simple action feel strange. It was like someone watched, though I could not point from where. The feeling was like walking through a cemetery where you see nothing, but you instinctively step slower and dare not speak loudly. This afternoon, I went out for a bit. The town was about 2.5 miles away, not far to walk. I needed to leave this space. I needed to find normalcy that I was starting to forget. The town was small, peaceful. I stopped at a coffee shop, trying not to let anyone see my haggard face. I bought a new notebook. I planned to use it for handwriting a journal. Maybe real paper and ink would anchor me to reality if the house kept pulling me away. On the way back, I stopped at the cemetery near the house. I do not know why. Something drew me there, a strange feeling like an invitation. There was a small grave, covered in moss. The stone slab had only one line: "I will help you if you want." I do not know why I leaned down and whispered, "You cannot." It was like intuition. I knew she could not help me more precisely. She never intended to. It seemed like a trap. A breeze brushed my neck, cold like ice, and I shivered. Back at the house at 5:37 in the afternoon. The sky was turning gray. I turned on all the lights, shut the doors tight. The deck was still on the table, the 3 morning cards unchanged. I took a photo with my phone, sent it to Lisa. Lisa called right away. She wanted me to leave immediately, or at least call someone to stay with me. I forced a laugh. I was already alone. Who would come? Tonight, I will try sleeping with the lights on. I do not know if it will help. I am tired, but I know this is just the beginning. The 9th of October, I woke in the middle of a hazy dream I could not remember. My mind spun like being yanked back from somewhere. It took minutes to realize I was still in this house, which by now I did not know if to call home a stopover or a trap. When I opened my eyes, my hand stretched out from under the blanket, fingers straight, resting lightly on the pillow like holding something. But there was nothing. Just that pose chilled me to the bone. It felt like I had just given something away, though my hand was empty. I got out of bed, head throbbing. I did not know if from lack of sleep or mental pressure the house was still quiet. I checked the locks, everything unchanged, but the table, in the workroom of course, would not leave me be. 3 new cards: the Chariot, the Hanged Man, Judgment. I could not help looking up the meanings. Each card felt like a marker in a story where I was the main character, but not the writer. The Chariot meant willpower, self-control. The Hanged Man meant pause, sacrifice. Judgment meant awakening, ending, or verdict. I did not know what I had to choose, but I was sure I was about to sacrifice something, and though I did not want to think it, it might be my sanity. I called my mom. Busy signal. Called classmates. No one answered. Signal weak, but enough for texts. The problem was, no one replied. It was like I had dropped off the world's map, or they had been cut off from me. In the evening, I heard footsteps behind the house. I ran out. No one. Grass undisturbed, dust unmoved, but I was sure the sound was real. I wrote a note on paper: "If someone is here, leave me alone." I placed the paper next to the deck. When I returned after dinner, the paper had an added line: "We are trying to help you." The 10th of October, I set up cameras last night like before, but this time 2. One facing the bed, one facing the workroom. I did not sleep. I pretended to waited 2:12 in the morning, same time as before. I saw the hallway chandelier flicker twice. I slipped out of bed, no light. Went to the door crack to look at the workroom. No one there, but the cards were flipping. I saw each one appear clearly, like an invisible hand pushing them out. Temperance, 10 of swords, Ace of cups reversed. I quickly opened the door, stepped in. The lights went out. The air thickened like someone breathing in my ear. I turned back to my room, lights on again as normal. I did not check the footage right away. I waited for dawn. At 6 in the morning, I reviewed the video. The bedroom camera showed nothing unusual, but the workroom camera was foggy. Not completely black like last time, but like a mist covering it. But one thing was clear. I saw my own shadow stepping out from the room, meaning the part I remembered pretending to sleep. I had actually gotten up long before. I started to suspect I was no longer the only one controlling this body. The 11th of October, I woke late, eyes sunken, skin pale. I no longer saw myself in the mirror. I saw the reflection, but I did not recognize it as me. Something very strange in those eyes, like the person in the mirror waited for me to slip. I knocked on Mrs. Eleanor's door. No answer. I wanted to ask her about the lease, the deck, anything. I went to town, knocked on the librarian's door. This time she was not cold. She pulled me inside, shut the door tight. She asked me, "Have you seen the dreams?" I nodded. "Do the cards appear in your sleep?" I shook my head. "Not in dreams, they appear for real." Her face paled. "Then it has awakened," she told me. Eleanor was one of the last old card readers in this area, but she did not read for the living. She read for the house. The house once belonged to a fortune teller. Each owner after got drawn into the deck. Every generation, the house chooses one. It uses tarot to connect, a way to invade consciousness. I asked how to escape. She looked at me a long time. Not everyone gets chosen. If you are, there is only one way. Finish the deck. What does finish mean? You must draw the last card, the world, with your own hand while still awake. If not, it will draw for you. I returned home, trembling. That night, I sat alone before the deck. I whispered, "If you want me, come out." I drew one card, the Tower. I drew the second, the Devil. The last I meant to draw, but my hand froze. It was no longer me controlling. The 12th of October, I do not know where I am. I write these lines in the room, still the old room. But outside, the light is not like before. The sky color, like an endless bruise. The deck scattered all over the table. No longer neat, not 3 cards, all of them, each in a direction like blown by wind. But the house has no wind. I see my face in every card. Face twisted, distorted, smirking. I pick up the world, but it is blank. No image, nothing. Like I am not qualified to end it, or the end happened long ago. I hear myself laugh, not from my throat, but from the back of my neck. The 13th of October, I could not get up in the morning. My body felt held tight by invisible strings. Each time I opened my eyes was heavy, like someone sitting on my chest. Finally, near 10 in the morning, I sat up. Light outside the window, gray thick with fog, the distant meadow vanished into haze, like the world was only this house. I went downstairs, kitchen cold, filish unlit. Wooden floor creaked long moans like someone groaning with it. I did not look at the table. I swore yesterday I would not look anymore, but I looked. 3 cards there, no longer face down. Face up, like waiting for me to name them. The Hanged Man, 9 of Swords, Temperance reversed. I breathed hard, hands shook. I knew the second card, 9 of Swords. Fear, nightmares, mental breakdown. I had seen it in books, but the other 2 puzzled me. The upside-down man and an angel pouring water between cups, reversed. I heard whispering somewhere. Unclear language, unclear source, like from walls or under the floor. I turned to the mirror in the hallway. In the mirror, I saw myself standing there, but the reflection did not breathe. I watched closely, and then it blinked before I did. I ran from the hallway. I meant to leave today, but every time I grabbed my bag to the door, the keys vanished. I searched everywhere. Coat, pockets, drawers, kitchen table, nothing. When I gave up, sat slumped on the floor from exhaustion. I saw the keys right in the middle of the table, next to the deck. I do not remember putting them back. I do not remember taking them out of my bag. I felt my mind full of fog, like memories edited without me knowing. Maybe I am dreaming. Maybe I never woke. But the sky is darkening, and the rustling paper sounds from the living room again. I do not dare go look. I shut the bedroom door, push the cabinet to block it, and I pray tomorrow will be different. The 14th of October, someone called my name at 3 in the morning. A man's voice, very soft, like whispering close to my ear. But I saw no one. I opened my eyes, saw the room door ajar. The cabinet I pushed to block had been moved aside, neatly, without noise. Outside, faint light from the hallway spilled in. I heard footsteps, but not walking, more like dragging, slowly, pulling each step. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight. No one in the hallway. I went downstairs, meant to call for help, but Wi-Fi weak, no cell signal. Every time I opened an app it froze, stuck. The table had 3 new cards, 10 of wands, the chariot reversed. The Empress. I did not know what to make of it anymore. I started getting headaches every time I looked at the cards. 10 of wands, burden the chariot reversed, disorientation, the Empress, life, fertility. I am not pregnant, I am sure, but looking at the Empress, my stomach ached dully, like something stirring inside. I went to the bathroom, dry heaved. In the sink, I saw a wet, crumpled paper stuck to the porcelain. I wiped it. Blurred words appeared. I feel someone watching me from the mirror. But this time, I did not dare turn. I covered the mirror with a towel. The 15th of October, I woke at dawn, though I did not sleep. I am not sure I am still myself. I look at old photos, ones with friends, family, myself. My eyes in the photos do not match my eyes now. I started talking to myself, not mumbling from loneliness, but conversing like someone really replying. I ask, and in my head I hear answers. Not my voice, something deep, hoarse, not male or female. I ask, "Who are you?" It replies, "I am this house." I ask, "What do you want from me? You came? You stayed? You opened the deck. That is enough." Enough for what? To continue. 3 cards this morning. Judgment, Page of Cups, reversed, the Star. Judgment, awakening. Page of Cups reversed, deceptive messages. Emotional chaos, the Star. Hope. I do not understand why hope appears now. Everything is crumbling. I am unraveling from inside. My hair falls out a lot. I touch my head. A patch sticks to my palm, drops to the floor like dead seaweed. I no longer see myself in the mirror. I see another girl like me, but thinner, paler, eyes black and sunken. She looks at me, then waves. I do not wave back. The 16th of October, I could not sleep last night. I stayed awake by the window, eyes fixed on the dark forest far away. The human shadow I saw yesterday. I swear it was not hallucination. Stiff posture like a statue, skinny, neck long and twisted, head tilted like broken. I could not see the face clearly, but it stared straight at the house. The cold today is not normal cold. It prickles in the bones, persistent like fear. I decided today I would not touch the tarot deck anymore, but as I went down the stairs, it was already on the coffee table, open to 3 cards: the Fool, the Tower, and Death. I had not touched it since yesterday. I checked the front door, windows all locked tight. No one could get in. So who opened the deck? The feeling of being watched did not leave me since then. Whether in the kitchen, bathroom, or living room, I always felt something, or someone, standing right behind me, just waiting for me to turn. But every time I turned, everything was silent, eerily still. Around 4 in the afternoon, I got a letter slipped under the door. No one knocked, no car outside. Yellowed paper, black ink, handwriting crooked. The words said, "You invited us." I threw the letter into the fireplace, but no matter how I lit it, it would not burn. It curled up then, lay still, as if knowing I was afraid. Tonight I heard knocking. 3 knocks. Slow, even. I did not dare open, but when I peeked through the curtain crack, the door was wide open. Outside, no one. Only a tarot deck scattered on the steps. Night wind flipping each card. The illustrations now distorted, like someone had clawed them from inside the paper. The 17th of October, I woke at 5 in the morning, still in yesterday's pajamas, and with a pounding headache like someone hammered my temples all night. The front door was wide open. I was sure I closed it before going upstairs, but clearly it had been opened again. No footprints, no noise, just the cold seeping into the wood floor, piercing my skin like icy claws. I picked up the scattered tarot deck from the porch last night. The last card blown close to the threshold, face down. I did not want to look, but my hand flipped it. The devil. I do not remember that card in my deck. The drawing unusual, the devil faceless. Just a black shadow sitting cross-legged, hands raised like pulling puppet strings at its feet. 2 small figures, a man and a woman, but their eyes overpainted with thick black ink, like the artist hid something on purpose. This deck is no longer mine. I tried storing it in a wooden box, locked it, and shoved it into a cabinet under the kitchen, for good measure. I placed a silver bar on top that I once bought at an antique market. The seller said, "Silver holds the souls of forgotten things." I am not sure what that meant, but now I will try anything. Near noon, I heard laughter from the attic. Not a child's, not an adult's. Something in between. Something trying to mimic human sound without understanding how humans laugh. The laugh stretched like cracking ice, sharp and cold. I did not go to the attic. I locked the door, but as I turned away, the knob jiggled, like someone inside trying to open. I huddled in the bedroom all afternoon. No eating, no reading, no lights. I just waited for night, or for it to come down. When the clock struck 3 in the morning, I got the first message on my phone. No number, no contact. Just one word, "Look." I did not reply. I removed the battery, powered off, but the screen lit up anyway, slowly, showing the moon card. The card of illusions, deception, hidden things untouchable. One of the cards I always found vague, but my phone never had a tarot app installed. The 18th of October, I did not dare sleep. I sat all night by the window, eyes glued to the tree line far away, where thick fog hovered like living skin. It felt like something stirred behind the branches, just waiting for me to look away to step out. At 4 in the morning, I heard a small call, faint like wind through a door crack. Sarah. I had not told anyone my name since moving to this village. Even so, no one here called me Sarah. They just said the lady at the manor or the city girl, but that name was whispering right behind me now. I spun around. No one. Only the wooden box holding the tarot that I locked with silver, lid open. No one could open it but me. I tried staying calm, closed the box, but before snapping the lid, I glanced at the deck. The devil card's still there, but this time no 2 figures at the feet. They were gone. Not erased, but never there. Like the story on the card was changing. I buried the box under the ash tree behind the house, dug with hands, ignoring nails peeling and fingertips bleeding. I no longer know what I'm trying to hide. An object, a memory, or myself. In the afternoon, I got an envelope slipped under the door. No sender address. Inside, a paper written in purple ink, smudged by water. You cannot bury what lives. No signature, no ink smudges. The paper smelled old, like it existed for centuries. I tried burning it, but the paper would not catch fire. I put it in the oven, closed it. I think I heard moaning from inside. No, not moaning, but begging. The 19th of October, I woke to knocking. Not on the door, not on the wall, but knocking from inside the closet. 3 knocks, silence, 2 knocks, silence, 1 knock. I did not dare approach, but the knocking did not stop, like it knew I was listening and waiting. I held a small brass mirror, slipped it under the closet door gap. I saw only shoes, coats, and something like a shadow standing very close to the inside of the door, too close to see the whole body, just a sleeve part, black, old, covered in ash and human hair. I stood up, did not open. I wrote these lines right after backing away and locking the room door, though I know it does no good because I brought the cards. I shuffled the deck. I drew the tower without understanding. It was not just an omen, but a warning. This afternoon, I went to the village. I entered the small tea shop, where I once saw a symbol of a closed eye in a triangle hanging, an ancient mystic sign. The old woman behind the counter looked at me like she had been waiting. She nodded, poured me a cup of tea smelling of mint and clove. No sugar, no milk, but bitter like dried blood. She said, "The house reads you before you read it." I thanked her and left. She took no money. I think she did not need it. Back home, I saw something strange. The tarot box I buried was on the work table. I did not touch it. I write this journal with it right in front. I think if I acknowledge its presence, if I write it down, it will have no reason to appear more. But I was wrong. Right now, it is cracking open. Slowly, no sound. The 20th of October, I did not sleep. I could not close my eyes since the box opened. It has no hands, no force, but still opened like invisible air pressing it. Inside, the whole tarot deck, not stacked but floating out, arranged in a circle on the table. The first card, the Tower, right where I drew it first, next the Moon, the Hanged Man, then Judgment up to the 10th. The world in the circle's center, spinning lightly like someone toying with it from under the table. I did not touch. I did not dare. I took my phone, snapped a photo, but the image blurred. Nothing but a black haze like smoke covering. I tried video and heard faint laughter from the speaker. That laugh was mine, but not current me. It was me in the dream from the 10th of October, the girl before the mirror in a white dress, mouth in a cold smile like fog. I dropped the phone. Handwriting feels safer. By noon, I took the brass mirror down to the basement. I think maybe everything started there, where I saw the wooden cabinet where first cards fell from wall cracks. No cabinet anymore. No cracks. Walls smooth like nothing ever existed. I meant to turn back, but when I shone the mirror to the basement corner, I saw a shadow standing there. Not my reflection. I was facing away. The shadow, a girl, long hair, white dress, standing silent, but the brass mirror shook, like wanting to fall from my hand. I held tight, eyes fixed on the mirror face. Then she raised her hand, pointed straight at me. I ran. I do not remember how I got back to ground level, only that when I slammed the basement door, the tarot on the upper table had rearranged. No more circle, no spinning, just one card face up on top. Death. Not death, but transformation, change, rebirth. I think it is a sign or a threat. Right now I hear whispering from behind. I turn, see no one, only the wall mirror. This time, the mirror shows a different room, not where I stand, but a darker copy, distorted version of this room. Me in it, sitting at the table, writing journal. but my face scratched out. I close my eyes. I whisper. But when I open, the mirror still reflects that room. And the me there keeps writing. Though I do not move. The 21st of October, I could not sleep. Not from fear, but because I am not allowed to sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I fall, not into sleep, but down into this house, deeper, layer under layer under layer, like the house has no bottom. And in each layer, I see a version of me doing things I never did. Sitting laughing before the fireplace, burning tarot cards with green flame, flipping the journal upside down, writing backward lines in blood. I wake at noon, heart racing like after a marathon, my hands ice cold, and on them marks like someone gripped tight in the night. I check the tarot table, still there, but this time no cards face up. I feel a bit relieved until I look at the wall. A line written in black ink, not by me. You are already inside. I back away. I do not want to, but cannot turn. I draw one single card from the deck, just to test. The Fool, the Traveler, the Beginner, but the figure on the card stares at me. Not like the illustration before, his eyes like waking up. I throw the card. It falls face down. I think that is the end, but that afternoon, I get a letter with no name, no postmark, placed right at the front door. Inside, just a black and white photo, blurry, ancient, of a woman standing before this house. Behind her, the window where I sit writing daily. The woman looks very like me. No, an ancient copy of me, Victorian clothes holding a fan, but eyes dead, like a cursed doll. Back of the photo says, 78 cards, 78 years. I count 78 tarot cards, 78 years, 1947. The photo could be from then. And me, I just happened to rent this house at the start of the loop. The 22nd of October, I tried burning the tarot deck. It would not burn. Flame caught, then died like something blocking it. I used alcohol, lighter, even sulfur matches, but the paper did not catch. I took it to the village cemetery, the quietest place I know, buried it under an old willow, with the brass mirror and photo. I thought that was it. I went home, took a hot bath, opened windows, let wind blow out the old smell. That night I slept and I dreamed. In the dream I returned to the house, but altered. Walls brown red, windows misty, and me or another version sitting at the table, brushing hair with silver comb, looking in mirror. Mirror reflects me, but behind me another person, a black shadow. I turn, see nothing, but the version in the mirror sees, and she waves goodbye to me. Then blood flows from her eyes. I wake, think I escaped, but looking at the bedfoot, the tarot deck is there, complete, neatly stacked. Top card face up, the Fool, like nothing happened. The 23rd of October, I no longer know time. Time in this house twists. Wall clock stops at 3:33 in the morning. I reset, changed batteries, even swapped clocks, but all hands return to that time. 3:33, 3 numbers in the night, 3 repeats, like a curse. I try phone, but battery drains fast, unusually. Every time I turn camera to record proof, it shuts off, like something opposes remembering. I cannot tell this story to anyone, cannot record, cannot send to Lisa. Every try, content vanishes or changes in a familiar way. One part I wrote in journal that I saw a shadow at stair top. When I opened journal again, that sentence became another. I saw myself at the stair top. I did not write that, and the handwriting no longer fully mine. Some parts squiggly, pen strokes long like someone trembling, writing fast, but still clear, neat, and exactly like my writing 12 years ago. I remember something. As a child, I sleepwalked. Mom said I scribbled nonsense on walls, cabinets, mirrors, but those words no one could read. Like code, I think what is happening here did not start now. Maybe I was chosen longer than I think. The 24th of October. Today rain. Gray, cold rain. No thunder, no wind. Rain like someone pouring water slowly on the roof. Drips one by one, steady like a clock. And I have no working clocks. I meant not to write today, but if I do not, I feel I will vanish. Really, I tried one afternoon without writing. Just sat, stared out window. I dozed off short sleep, but when I woke, I did not see myself. In the mirror, I am here. I feel body, but mirror empty. I panicked, touched my face, still skin, blood, pulse, but mirror still empty, and only when I wrote lines on paper. Just meaningless words, I think. I do not remember. Then the image slowly appeared in the mirror, like ink spreading in water. I learned one thing. Writing keeps my soul, and maybe that is why those before me left journals. Not to tell, but to not be forgotten. Maybe this is the rule the house sets. If you stop recording, stop naming truth, you are no longer living. The 25th of October, I heard my name called from the basement, very clear, soft, like whimpering, but also echoing from well bottom. I locked the basement door from day one, key in my pocket all this time, but this morning lock wide open, no pry marks, key still in pocket, unmoved. I put ear near door, silence. But when I turn away, I hear 3 knocks. I turn back, no one, but smell in the air, damp earth, mixed rust, very like blood. I hesitate, then write on paper, "Who are you?" I take the paper to the basement door. I think that is done. But by evening, when I sit writing, the basement door cracks open a bit, though I closed it. I step closer. In the gaping dark, I see a small hand on the first stair. Hand like a child's, skin pale white, fingers slightly curled like waiting for someone to hold. I run upstairs, lock my room door. Now 2:42 in the morning. I do not dare sleep. In the hallway, wood floor creaks like someone crawling on elbows. I do not open. I do not dare. The 26th of October. I was woken at 3:17 in the morning by knocking. Not front door, my bedroom door. 3 distinct beats, slow, like someone sure they will be invited in. I did not move. That suffocating feeling returned, like someone staring at me from under the door gap. I did not turn on light. In dark, I saw a shadow cast from the door crack, a pair of small feet. No, exactly bare feet of an adult, standing motionless outside, completely silent after the knocks. No words, no breath, just me and my heartbeat echoing in ears. I backed away, quietly off bed, tiptoed to window, curtain half drawn, and in the night outside I could see the house across lit up, the house empty for over 30 years, light in that kitchen flickering like candles. I remember the odd thing I read in the old owner's notebook left behind. If house number 3 lights candles, do not leave room. Stay quiet and do not open any door. I read it as a joke then, but not now, knocking again. 3 beats faster this time. I lay flat on floor, hands clutching the moon card I keep under pillow every night. I do not know why. I feel it protects me, though just a tarot card, though I do not really believe. I stayed awake till dawn, door shut tight. When sunlight-filled room, I dared open. Outside, no one but a paper slipped under gap. Yellowed, moldy smell. One scrawled line in black ink like quill pen. Open the door. Below a drawing, I do not know if symbol or eye, but something in it, made me nauseous. I burned it right away, but smoke smell lingered in room like the paper not from this world. The 27th of October I dreamed of that door. Not my room door, but another, older, tall and narrow, pale gray like wood-soaked years. It stood alone in a fog-covered field. No walls, no house, just the door and me. A few steps away from the other side I heard whispering. Not one person, but many voices. Men, women, children, weaving in a quiet chorus. They did not call my name, but I knew they spoke to me, calling me, luring me. I do not know why I reached for the handle. It froze cold, but did not startle me. I pushed and woke before it opened. When awake, I found myself off bed, sitting on floor by bedroom door. Door still closed, but my hand on handle like in dream. Not the first time. I spent morning rummaging notes in old drawer under stairs. Inside, besides utility bills, a small book, no name. First page, only one line. The house chooses its writer. I flipped on jumbled notes, handwriting growing frantic. I kept turning to last page. It taped with brown tape like torn, then reattached. Only one big line in red ink. Do not let it finish the story. I read that line over and over, then looked at wood floor, where late fall sun through window cast long shadow. I raised my hand. The shadow did not follow. I swear I stood still. But the shadow raised hand first. I did not scream. I did not run. I left room, took the book, brought small pocket mirror, kind for lipstick. I shone it into every house corner, every dark spot under stairs, in kitchen cabinets, behind doors, nothing. Until I went to that room, the one I always avoid. I did not mean to enter, just stood at door, slipped mirror through small gap between door and frame. Mirror reflected empty room clearly, but when I brought mirror closer, I saw something like a hand touch lightly the mirror face from other side. Hand bony skin, wrinkled like crumpled paper, but not my hand. I threw the mirror, heard it shatter under stairs. I closed all windows today, removed all wind chimes, hid all mirrors, but I still feel someone walking behind me, always one step away. Tonight I will try sleeping in living room. Lights on door open, mirrors covered. I do not know if it helps, but I am tired of that shadow, standing closer each time I turn to look. The 28th of October, I could not sleep. I sat all night in living room, eyes not leaving door to dark hallway. Yellow light from ceiling bulb flickered like about to die. Sometime in night, I dozed minutes, and when awake, found myself slumped on floor, head on pillow I did not bring down. I live alone, sure of that. But last night, someone placed the pillow for me. I no longer know what to believe. Around 3 in the morning, I heard footsteps upstairs. Not heavy, but light. Even rhythm like child's feet. I tried ignoring, but it did not stop. Every time I closed eyes, footsteps moved, stopped at stairs, then bedroom, then ceiling, where no upper floor. I decided to get up early, sky not yet light. I need out, need real air, but stepping to front door I saw object on threshold. An old mirror, exact one I threw shattered last night, but no cracks. I did not dare pick up. Used towel to cover and stuff in garden trash bin, but by noon when dumping trash, mirror gone. I am not sure who took it, all day. House feels not like before. Walls seem closer, like they shrink bit by bit, inhaling my every breath. Stairs have one extra step I remember not there before. Attic door ajar though locked yesterday, and wind blows from inside out, not outside in. I go back to old book, read repeating dreams, part, and I realize every detail matches what I lived. Dream of lone door, whispers mismatched shadow. Each day in book, a day in my current life. Near end page says, "The shadow is you from tomorrow." But right then I hear knocking. I never heard knocking so clear. 3 knocks, strong, decisive. Not mail carrier knock, not neighbor knock, but knock sure I am home. I stand still in kitchen, hold breath. 3 more knocks. I creep along wall, peek through curtain gap. No one. Front garden gate still locked. No footprints, no car, but long black shadow on porch. Shadow of person not there. I do not open. I sit wait for footsteps to leave. But no more knocks either. Just that shadow there till dusk, then fades like mist. I eat nothing all day. I tell myself stay alert, analyze. I am a writer. I understand storytelling. I understand twists, tricks in horror tales. I know illusion from real. But I cannot explain why kitchen light flickers off right as I pass. Why family photo on wall suddenly know me in it. I stand there, see frame shake, and third person from left vanish from picture. It was me, myself. I tremble cold from neck to feet. I turn phone to text friend, but phone dead since when? Though I remember charging morning. I write these lines sitting in bathroom. Only place no windows, locked door tight. Brought small knife. Not sure it helps, but needs something in hand. I see shadow again, this time reflected on stainless faucet. It stands right behind me, but turn, no one. And faucet starts dripping, drops dark black, not water. I shut main valve. Water cannot flow. I think house trying to convince me I never existed, that I am part of it, and it just returning me to place. I fear when night falls, everything different. Fear when I doze, thing behind will fit my skin and live on as me. I will not sleep. I must keep writing. As long as I write, I am me. The 29th of October, I no longer remember exactly how long awake. Maybe 36 hours, maybe more. Kitchen clock frozen at 2:47 since unknown time. Phone clock jumps wild. 11 in the evening, 3 in the morning, then back to the 1st of October. Look, different. I locked all windows, covered all mirrors with towels and black cloth. In old owner's journal, she wrote, "Mirrors are where they enter, moonlight when they show clearest." I do not know how much superstition, but I dare not look in mirrors since yesterday afternoon. I found old photo tucked in bedroom floor crack, black and white, faded, taken long ago. Photo of young woman before this house. Exact house I live in, but what chills me is woman looks eerily like me. Not similar, identical. Hair, shoulder length, nose bridge, eyes, even stance. I taped photo to wall, forced myself stare long to find difference, but none. Even dress she wears in photo, same as I wear tonight. I do not remember where I bought it. I start feeling chest tighten. Am I sure I rented this house? Could I not be new arrival, but always here? That thought nearly makes me vomit. I hear footsteps again near noon, but this time 2 sets. One heavy, slow, one light and quick. They circle house like patrolling. Wood floor creaks upstairs. Room doors open and slam shut. I quietly stand behind bathroom door. Moved all things here last night. Water bottles, crackers, flashlight, notebook. I sleep sitting in tub, blanket overhead. Every noise. I pull knife and whisper, count my heartbeat to not go mad. I write lines in ballpoint on wall tiles. I am real. I am alive. Writing scrawled, crooked, but need leave mark. So if one day I no longer me, something reminds me back. I also draw on wall the door I always see in dreams. Old wood door, black rim, no handle, standing alone in grass field. I draw carefully every crack, every joint. I saw it last night, in short, fitful sleep, and first time heard sound from other side, not clear, not human, pounding like heartbeat, or something trying to break door to escape. At dusk, I get package at back door, no deliverer, no bell. In package old recorder and cassette tape, no letter, no label. I sit long, hesitate to play. Finally press play. Tape hisses, then long, slow sigh. Then woman's voice, very familiar. Sarah, if you hear this, do not trust the journal. It changes. I freeze. Voice is mine. Unmistakable. Take cuts mid. Snapped I rewind. Play again. Then again. Each time in changes a bit. Like tape adding itself. On fourth it says, do not trust yourself. Like me, am I messaging myself from another time? Another timeline? Or repeating a life I tried escaping? I slump on floor. Mind blank, I start panicking. Not for something coming, but because I might already be part of it. I tried journaling to hold reality, but more I write. Less sure this first time writing. Some pages yellower than rest. Ink smudged spots. Even section I do not remember recording. The door is open. No one else writes this journal but me. So I lived another, the 29th of October, and forgot, or living many, the 29th of October overlapping. I open phone. Still the 29th of October, but calendar jumped to November, and the 12th of December, my birthday, marked black, not red, not green, full black, like preset funeral. I hear whispering behind, not in head reel. I do not dare turn. I write these last lines as sky fully dark. I hear footsteps on roof, not like walking, like crawling, dragging, scratching. I do not know if I can write tomorrow, but if anyone finds this journal, please believe I tried. I fought this house, tried keeping myself whole, but I think I may never leave because the house never opened the door from start. The 30th of October, I no longer tell dream from real. The house sunk into my mind like ancient roots wrapping skull. I wake at 3:33 in the morning, haunting number repeating all week. Outside window, thick fog like gloom, and below ground floor I hear slow footsteps again like someone circling. Scanning each floor tile, I do not leave room. I just lie there, eyes wide, hugging this notebook like talisman. I know they, whatever they are, will not take my voice if I keep writing, keep leaving evidence of what happens. Near dawn I hear murmuring inside walls, not rats, not pipes, but echoing whispers steady, like ancient chant repeating in language unknown, but feels familiar. I risk, stand open room door, hallway pitch black red patterned rug, heaving like breathing I tiptoe, and wall at hallway end where antique mirror hangs, reflects not me but girl in white dress motionless, her face no mouth. I slam door, but turning back I see tarot card on floor, the hanged man, man hung upside down, one leg crossed, face serene, invert world to grasp truth unknown. Who placed but now I saw over 14 cards in house, each appearing random, but seem telling story. I bring all collected cards to table, arranged by time order, and I see they mirror each day I lived in this house. From the fool first day I arrived, to the lovers, the moon, the tower, death, and now the hanged man. I ask debt question, can I still leave? Draw one. The devil, I let go. Room turns freezing. In mirror reflection of someone behind me, I turn, no one. But mirrors do not lie, and that person approaches. The 31st of October, today Halloween. And I think tonight last night I can write, from waking everything wrong. Sky dyed lead gray, wind blows reverse, blackbirds crowd, stone fence staring unblinking eyes, house silent, but not normal quiet. Heavy silence ready to swallow any sound. I see my shadow move and mirror before I twitch. I see words dawned go in black charcoal on ceiling when I mean to open door. I smell smoldering wood from basement I never dared descend, and I think time has come. I put on coat, grab flashlight, carry this notebook, basement open ready. No sound as I step down, each stair sticky like dried blood, long uncleaned. Below, stone room, low ceiling, stained walls, heavy mold smell. But what freezes me is circle drawn in ash and blood on floor, and in center, shapeless shadow, like light, cannot reflect on it. I cannot look away, because that shadow whispers my name. Then I see back to first days. The house chose me, not reverse. Letters dropping in my mailbox, no sender. Dreams of the hill. Tarot card appearing in coat pocket. City life fading. And I like sleepwalker, found way here. House always calling. It wants a writer. Someone to retell this story. A living pen. I see images flash. All who lived here before. Eyes empty, fingers charred from too much writing. Some no mouths, some no bodies, all recorders. And now my turn. Room starts spinning. I see walls twist. Windows grow from floor. Sky blood red through panes. Voice from that shadow booms in head. You are the story. I scream. I am not. I am not part of you. I wrench notebook from hands, throw into fire blazing in circle center, shriek tears air from shadow. Flame bursts bright, walls crack open, and I rush to only light. Door appearing from nothing, I wake in woods under moonlight, house gone, only ashes, and half-burned notebook in hand, last pages intact. Last page, records today. Now, 11:59 at night, and I have only 2 lines left. If someone finds this journal, please burn it. Do not let it continue. The house always calls, but if you do not answer, it cannot pull you in.